Brilliant, thank you.
One sec. Admit. Admit. Okay. This should be us.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, good. Let me just check on Facebook and make sure that it's like definitely coming up, and if it's not, well, tough. It's just not gonna happen. There's Jane coming in. Oh, amazing, everyone's on time. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, cool. Let me just, sorry about the technical stuff here. 1.5. Okay, good, brilliant. We are live. That's fine.
Yay. Hello, everybody.
Everything else. So let me just take that away. Amazing. I'm going to give it a few more minutes and just let people join, but you know, just breathe, chill, relax. I'm so happy you're all here. This is just excellent. Amazing. And we've also got two of our coaches here. One of them is currently on holiday. She's getting all sorts of sunshine right now, and I'm so jealous. But we've got Louise and we've got Steph. So if you want to like unmute and say hey.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Amazing. And Louise is our performance coach, and she deals with all the accountability, the results. So no doubt Louise will jump on later on during this and just let you know a wee bit about that. And Stephanie does all of the vision boards and manifestation, meditations, anything that's to do with the kind of softer side and the spirituality. Then Steph is our girl that does this. So, and I'll tell you a wee bit about me soon. So let me just, oh, there's Catherine Brennan, brilliant. Sweet. So cool to have everyone here. Awesome. There's Catherine coming in. So we'll give it another couple of minutes, and then at 12:35, I'm actually going to lock the room just so we don't have people coming and going. And then we can just settle in and just go for it. Excellent. Okay. So how is everyone? How are you all doing?
Good.
Oh, good. It's early. So it's Vicky, it is early on a Sunday morning for you. What time is it where you are?
It's 7:30 a.m.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's all good.
Where are you from?
From Ontario, Canada.
Oh, amazing.
Fabulous.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I really acknowledge you for joining us at 7:30 in the morning. Like
Yeah,
that takes
amazing.
something. So anyone that said, oh, it's too early or it's too late, or I'm not taking that anymore, because if you're here at 7:30 in the morning, then it's possible. So you're really a clearing for everyone else. So just excellent. So what I'm also going to do is, you know, these sessions really help to pay things forward to people. And, you know, sometimes people have came here because they've saw a recording or something that's been online where someone else has had a breakthrough. So what I'd love to ask of you is that we pay this forward to other people. And to do that, would it be okay if I record this session?
Yep.
Is that okay? Good. Okay, brilliant. So I'm just going to record on, you might get a wee prompt just to click that, and then we're good to go. So we are at 12:34 and another 30 seconds, and then I'm just going to close the room and then we'll get started. I am so excited for this. I think I've nervous peed and pooped out 5 times this morning.
Yep.
Absolutely. Stephanie get the incense out.
Get incense on. Getting a nice environment for clarity.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. Okay, cool. So I'm sure it's in, is it in, yep, participants. Brilliant, right, that's it locked. So just a wee bit of housekeeping. There's going to be breaks during this session. what I would ask for you to do is just to stay logged on and then turn your camera off to go and do whatever you need to do and then come back, which just allows you not to have to deal with any technical stuff, right? So we'll stay logged on as well, and we'll just put up a screen that says break. What I'd also love for you to do is just to stay on camera so we can really be with each other. You know, it's hard to connect with someone when all you see is just a black screen and a name. So Catherine, if you can make it possible to come on camera, that'd be amazing. 2 minutes, okay, cool. And Nick, thank you so much for coming on camera. Louise, I know that you're maybe driving right now, so don't worry about it. And, you know, drop me a message if you know there's anyone that's trying to get in right now, because I can get them in. I just don't want the whole coming and going thing. It really kind of interrupts the flow.
Yeah.
So the first thing that I want to do is just to really welcome everybody and just acknowledge you for being here. There's a million things that you could have been doing today, a million things, but you've chosen to be here, and that really means something to me. And I'm sure it does to Steph too. Yeah. So the first thing that I'd love to do is just to go around the room and ask, like, what was it that brought you here? What was it that made you give up your Sunday afternoon for 6 hours to be here? And I'll just get on my screen. So Vicky, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I've been so excited to do this. I've been thinking about a vision board for quite some time. And when this came up, didn't matter what time it was. At first, I thought it was 7:30 at night to like 1 a.m. And I'm like, oh my, I don't know if I can do that.
Amazing. Good. And Terry, is it Terry or Terrell? I want to make sure I get that
it's
right.
Terrell.
Terrell, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. If I get it wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't know if I was going to make it or not because I've been away, you see. So I was kind of, when I got back in touch, I was thinking, oh my God, I can do it. So I've been away for the weekend. So I came back because I think I need a bit of clarity in my life, a little bit of, you know, direction. I kind of got a brief idea, but I'm kind of going that way as opposed to let's head straight for it. So just to help me have some clarity in where I want to be, really. That's why I'm
Amazing.
here.
Well, this is what it's for. It's to create excitement, clarity and power, but we'll get into that soon. But thank you for being here, even though you've got all that stuff going on in your life and being away, and you've probably got stuff to unpack or organise, but thank you for doing that. Louise, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Amazing. I've not spoke to you in ages, so it's lovely to see you here.
All good. Yeah, totally buzzing for this. I've always wanted to do a vision boards and just never had the chance to do it. And I know you've got a great team, so yeah, really excited.
Amazing. And you know Stephanie Green, our fitness coach, don't you?
I do. Stephanie is an amazing singer and is part of my husband's fab band who are now up to 11. So if you ever get to see, you need to come and see them. They're incredible.
No, I really want to see her sing.
Oh,
yes.
Can't wait.
Incredible.
This was only shared with us recently.
Oh, really?
By the way, I've got a secret.
I know.
She's fantastic. So you need to come to the next gig.
Excellent. Amazing.
I'm the roadie.
And what are you looking to get out of today?
Oh, me? Just focused on what I want to do, just like making sure I stay on track even if curveballs hit.
Good. Amazing. And Carly?
Hello. Well, I've been with you from the start, so I'm back again. Just kind of got into some bad habits and sort of old things creeping in. So, I'm not really focusing on anything. So I just need to find what I'm going to focus on and actually have a plan, because I'm just sort of floundering just now. So, yeah, that's the plan. Well, that will be the plan.
Excellent. Good. So it is the plan, right? And Vicky and Carly, both of you are on the coaching program together.
Are we? Oh, good. Hi, Carly.
Yeah. So it's good that you're both on here and you get to meet each other.
And see Catherine. I've not seen Catherine since last group.
That's right, yeah, because Catherine was on the last group coaching. Or
Yeah.
like a few
When you say that as I'm taking a big gulp of water. How you doing? You're right.
amazing. And Jane Marie, what about you? What are you hoping to
Oh
do?
yeah, well, similar to the other girls, really. I've been wanting to do a vision board for ages, and obviously we've got a good history, and I just know that everything that you do is gold, so I had to do it with you.
Amazing. And so I've got CW Stubbs, but what should I call you? Let me know.
Charlotte's fine. I had to find my unmute button. Charlotte's fine.
Charlotte, okay, brilliant. So Charlotte, so what made you come to this and give up your Sunday afternoon, and what are you hoping to get from it?
I've never done a vision board before. And I've been reading quite a lot of kind of just self-help books about kind of direction and positive thinking and manifestation. And I'm getting, fingers crossed, knock on wood, out of a period of pretty extreme illness. And it's kind of shook my life to the core. And so I'm kind of at a point where I'm needing to reevaluate what it is I actually really want. Yeah. Because I think part of the reason I got really ill is, I mean, besides the illness, is just like burnout. Like I was burned out and then I got really ill. So I think I need to kind of, now's just a really good time to reassess and be really clear with what it is I actually really want to be doing with the time I have left on the planet.
Brilliant.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And I can see how visual you are from all the pictures behind you. Did you paint all of these?
Yeah, no, I don't have any privacy at home. I have a house full of boys. So I'm at my studio. Yeah, this is my current, my I don't know if you can see them. These are my ladies that I'm working on. Yeah, it's doing a series of 12. Just something a bit really different, but it's quite freeing and colorful. So
really cool.
Happy.
This is so great. Love it. I'm excited to see what you produce at the end of this. It's going to be cool. Be a masterpiece. And Nick, is it Nick or Nicola? How would you like to be called?
Nick, hi, thanks.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, hi. So I've heard about this through Louise. Sorry. And yeah, I've done vision boards in the past and found them really helpful. So I don't have anything up to date, which would be really helpful for me to have a focus. I'm going through quite a big health transformation at the moment. So I think it's working quite nice in sync with that, because they've asked me to think about this as well for the second half of the year and what those areas of focus might look like. So yeah, it just really helped me focus on it.
Excellent. Sounds like you've got some big stuff that you want to do and some massive transformations coming. So hopefully this will give you the clarity that you're looking for. Yeah. And amazing, really great. Catherine.
Hi. So I feel like I constantly just live in the moment and and I know you should live in the moment, but I don't feel like I do enough forward planning for myself. I feel like I do plenty for everyone else, but not for myself. And I'm not clear on what I actually want. So that's what this is about for me today, to kind of start to associate into my future and get clear on what I want. Yeah.
Brilliant, amazing. And Louise, do you want to say anything? Louise still driving? I think she's still driving. Stephanie, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, just that I'm really excited to meet everybody and be able to help you sort of gain clarity and get your kind of visions out of your head and onto paper, so that you can wake up every day and start your day off with really seeing it there, black and white, and give you the sort of tools to be able to get in that, mind space and mindset of how to really go after them. And if you've got any wee days where you are feeling a bit sort of off track, how to get you back to the best place to be for that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And for me, like I've done a vision board in the past, and I'll tell you, vision boards were never a thing that I was really that into until I did it. So I used to think, oh, it's airy fairy, it's namby, like I'm not, what's that going to do? It's sticking pictures on a thing, right? Until, I got really intentional with it. And we looked into the science of it, and Stephanie's going to talk about that a bit later. But I created a vision board, and I'm going to tell you about this later, about how it actually all came true, and in weird and wonderful ways, not in the straight line that I thought it would. And you know, it was one of those things that, had I not been so intentional with it, it would have ended up a pretty picture on my wall that I'd have walked past and went, oh, I made that, and then forgotten about it. So this whole session is going to be super intentional. It's going to include some deep coaching, and there's some work to do before we even take a picture and put it on the board. And so, are you ready to just play full out with this? Yeah, cool. I'm excited, and I love what everyone's up to. I can tell right now that you're all just massive human beings, and it's just going to be so incredible. So, without further ado, I've actually made a 76 page long slide deck, so it's good though, right? So let me just bring that up, and then I'll share screen with you, and we'll get going. So I'll take that away, and I can take that away.
Hey, Andrea.
Yeah.
Sorry, Marie's just trying to get into the group. Is it possible to let her in?
Yeah, sure. I'll unlock it for just a wee sec and let her in.
Thanks.
I'll unlock it. Fuck it, I'll not be unlocking it. That's what I'll do. Right. Okay. Let me just go and get what I need to get here. Okay.
I think the way to look at this day as well is the ultimate form of self-care for yourselves as well. It's a massive thing to, you know, spend even like an hour of your time on your own, kind of working through stuff that you want to get clear on and unblock. So massive well done to everybody for coming and committing to this afternoon.
Yeah, and you're really telling yourself that I'm important for the next 6 hours. I'm really important here.
Yeah.
And okay, we've got it. Sweet, right? We've got another couple of new faces. No doubt we'll get related really soon.
Yeah.
So let's share screen. I think we need a technical person to come and do all these button clicks for me.
You're doing it all here.
I know. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to hit present. Oh, there's Erin coming in as well. So sweet. Right, can everyone see that? Just give me a thumbs up in the chat. Okay, brilliant. Great stuff. So let me just pop that up in the corner. So yeah, welcome to Powerful Vision with Steph and Andrea. And this is really about creating excitement, clarity and power in your life. And that will become clear really soon once we explain like why we chose those words and why we chose that as the possibility that we are creating for this. And I just want to welcome everybody in again. And I'm just so excited for creating this with you. So give me a hands up or raise your digital hand. Do you all know how to do that? So in the options, you'll have a reaction, and then you can hit reaction and then raise digital hand. So just raise your digital hand if any of you have thought, I don't really know what I want. Or if anyone's thought, I know what I want, but I don't know how to make it happen. Yeah, okay, cool. So most of us. How many of you have thought, I'm not excited about the future?
No, I have.
And how many have thought, I'm excited some days, but others I just kind of give up and I'm not excited? Okay, perfect. Right, so we're all on the same page here. And it'll be variations of that. So it might not be those exact thoughts, but it'll be something around those lines, and that's normal. And listen, it's not your fault. We absolutely get it. The lack of power that we experience, and now power is just the ability to produce results. That's all that is, to cause things to happen in your life. But that lack of power, and this is why we chose those words, comes from a lack of excitement. So how long does it take you to go and clean out your kitchen cupboards versus how long does it take you to plan a holiday or do something that you really, really enjoy doing that's really exciting for you. And it's easier to cause results. It's easier to take action, to do things when you're excited about them. And the lack of excitement goes hand in hand with a lack of clarity. It's really difficult to get excited about something when you don't know what that thing is. It's a bit like if I was to say to you, Jane, you're going on holiday, get excited. And that was all the information I gave you. Like, how easy would it be to get excited about that? You'd want to know, what would you want to know?
I want to know where I'm going, how long for, is it sunny, what you know, all the deets.
Yep.
Yeah. Because what if you got excited and then I took you to a caravan in Skegness and it was leaking and there was spiders and but it's still a holiday.
Yeah, exactly.
So the clearer your vision is, the clearer it is that what you, and the more specific you can be, that's how you can create that excitement. And when you create the excitement, it becomes easy to be powerful, to cause results, to take those actions that you need to take. So does that all make sense to everybody? Okay, perfect. And this is why this session is going to be so intentional. And don't worry, there'll be breaks. So if this is a bit much, like, don't worry, there'll be breaks. Does everyone have pen and paper? I forgot to ask at the... Yeah, okay, brilliant. So when we're not causing results because we're not excited, and we're not excited because we're not clear, this is when we give up on things. This is when we start a project and then we sack it off. This is when we get resigned, and resigned just means that we believe that it's never really going to get anywhere, or it's never going to get better, or what's the point? And this is when we end up settling for an okay life. It's just fine. But who here really wants just fine? And who here wants amazing, incredible, huge, big, making a difference in the world? Because I'll tell you, if I was to hand you an amazing life and give you the choice between amazing and just fine, I know you would take amazing. So I want to take a couple of shares. Like, what are you getting from this so far? Who wants to share?
I'll share.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
All at once.
No,
What's there for you?
who's talking? Sorry.
Okay, Carly, go for it.
No, I think like the conversation we had not that long ago, and you know, it's just I'm just going through the motions, and I'm missing, you know, the joy in most things or anything, because everything seems too difficult or too out of reach or too far away, so you just don't bother. And then, you know, 6 months of just literally, you know, just grey area, and it's just not what you want.
And what's that been like?
It's just, you know, it's horrible because you know you're wasting time, but you also can't force yourself to change it because I don't even know where to start.
Got it. Amazing. And thank you for sharing that. Is there anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay, cool. And Charlotte, you had your hand up as well.
No, it's just I was going to add that, like, just the intention is really important. But then one thought that came into my head when I was thinking about what you were saying, it's like the questions I often ask myself when I want to go for something amazing. It's, well, who are you to go for something amazing? You know, like, why are you better than anyone else? Why can't you just like get along kind of thing? So, but I think it's being specific's important. Otherwise, when things get really difficult, you flail, right? Because you don't have, and I'm someone that really appreciates structure.
Yeah.
So I think it's knowing like specifics, because otherwise it's just too big and can feel overwhelming. I'm done speaking.
And when we spoke last time, you'd mentioned one of your intentions was to be daring in communication. And is that something that you've been bringing into your speaking and into your communication?
Absolutely. No,
Amazing.
absolutely. It's been quite an interesting, like, just in the last 7 days, where I've been unafraid to be authentic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think after our conversation, I really felt a shift, and it wasn't a massive shift, but it was a small enough shift that kind of gave me confidence with where I am. And then realizing a lot of the stuff that I was putting on myself, nobody sees that except for me. Everyone else sees me completely differently. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll just listen to them for a minute until I get my own self-narrative sorted out. So,
got it.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. I really got that. And is there anything else for you? Okay, cool. And Jane Marie, you had your hand up.
Yeah, well, as you know, my life's gone a full 360 in the last few months, but I just want to now not just settle for the dream that I got at the end of all that. I'm now wanting to perpetuate that, get the momentum, and then, you know, I'm reaching for the stars again, you know, so that's what I want to do. I don't want to just sit here and say, oh, well, I got what I wanted, as well, you know, but I just, well, what else can I get? You know, if I got what I wanted, what more do I want?
Yeah. What's the worst thing that can happen, Jane?
Oh yeah, the worst thing that happen, you get what you want anyway, and you do what you want to do anyway.
This is one of the things that Jane and I distinguished in very early on in our coaching. The worst thing that could possibly happen is you get to do whatever the fuck you want. And I've taken that into everything now, and it's just, so that's a gift you gave during that session. Amazing.
Fabulous.
Cool. And thank you so much, everybody that shared. So I just want to ask, like, what would your life look like if you had absolute clarity on what it is that you want? You were so excited by your future plans that it wakes you up in the middle of the night, and that you knew yourself as powerful and able to cause results. Would that help you to get bulletproof confidence and really a life that you love? And you can go digital hands, or you can unmute and shout, or whatever you want to do. Let's make this like as if we're in the room together. Brilliant. So that's exactly what today's training is all about, right? It's not just about the board. Yeah, the board's important, but it's everything else that goes around that board, because we don't want you to leave here with just a pretty picture for your wall. We want you to have something that is really actionable, that's something that's going to light you up, you know, and allow you to cause these big results. So you're probably wondering by now, who is this bird that will only shut up? So, so I'm Andrea, and you know, I'm a dominatrix. I'm a power coach. Most of my skeletons are right out there on the internet. So if anyone wants to go and read about some of the mad stuff I've done, I did stick a bunch of flowers up a guy's arse one time, and that is on a podcast with James English. But I'm really accountable for making sure that you deal powerfully with anything that is disempowering you. That's what I do as a power coach, whether it's relationships, whether it's something that's going on in your head. Because like my story is, I used to fucking hate my life. Hated it, and I was so disempowered myself because I was so tired and I was so done in after my ex killed himself, and then I dropped out of uni, and then I got really fucking good at drinking. Like all of that stuff was happening at once, and I just got to the point where I thought, I'm in limbo here. I don't know if I want to stay alive or die, and I don't want to die because it's going to be sore and all of that stuff. And I hit a rock bottom. One of my friends asked me, and this was the turning point for me, see if you died tomorrow, how would you be remembered? And I was like, oh no, because now you know, it was one of those throwaway questions, but I didn't like the answer that I had. And I thought, that's my legacy. You know, I would die drunk, a drunk, angry dominatrix, and that wasn't enough for me. So that was the turning point for me. And now, you know, I got to work and I got sober, 4 years sober in August, which I'm fucking never thought that was going to happen. And, you know, I'm at a place now where I get to help other people. I get to take all of that stuff that happened that at the time I was like, I hate my life. I get to take that and turn it into gold, like an alchemist. It's such a gift now. I don't look back on it and think, ugh. I look back on it and I think, yes, I'm glad that happened, which is a place I never thought I'd be. And every time I go through things now, I think, even if it's hard, I've got this here. It says, I can't wait to see the good that comes out of this, because I know that whatever's hard right now is going to be gold for the future. So I'm sure that there's people in this room that have gone through some bad shit, right? And it can feel hard and heavy to take things and turn it into gold for yourself. But I'll tell you, it is possible. It is absolutely possible, and there's nothing that you can't do. So after getting to work, I'm now in a place where I've expanded my business into 4 coaches, 4 amazing coaches, and I found love, finally, after jumping from relationship to relationship and pretending and performing and kidding on this was the one when it really wasn't. I'm engaged to be married next year. So excited for that. And I was never a wedding planner. And, you know, my commitment is, or, you know, one of the reasons why we created Powerful Women Unleashed, which is what this is part of, a bigger program, because it was exactly what we all needed at our lowest points, exactly what we needed. And that's why we created it, because there might be other women that need it too. And my commitment to the world is that every woman gets unleashed. Every woman knows herself as powerful, and every woman gets in action everywhere in their life and has that experience of really being alive and being powerful and being able to do whatever the fuck they want. So that's me in a bit of a nutshell. And Steph?
Yes, hi everybody. Yeah, so I met Andrea obviously at the exact right moment. I should have met her. Didn't know her from anything, don't actually know how we got connected on Facebook or nothing, but I had seen one of her posts come in, and I remember just everything she's just said there, seeing it and being like, that's me, that I'm struggling with all these things, like, and I didn't feel like as alone. And it was stuff like, you know, jumping from relationship to relationship, not knowing why these patterns were still coming up for me, like really struggling with limiting beliefs, you know, like the constant chatter in my brain of all these things, that you're not good enough. And it's taken me like a long time to have all these things come to the surface. And for me, that started about maybe 4 years ago properly, for me to start really doing the deep healing work of things that I've been through. And for me, it was the breakdown of my mum and dad's marriage, my dad becoming an alcoholic, and my mum and dad dealing with things their own way, obviously the best they knew how, but at the time it didn't leave me with much support. And I think I struggled a lot of the time on my own, growing up, trying to figure out all these things and internalising everything, and not speaking, and really dealing with things a lot on my own. And obviously this has all came up and out about 4 years ago, and that's when I started to really notice these patterns coming out in my life. And when I look back, I'm like, God, I've been living with this all my life, and how do I go about changing this? Because I was just living life, sort of existing and being small, and, you know, holding myself back and believing all these things. Like when I met Andrea, we really got into like the depths of all this stuff, and it was coming up for me like who I think I am as a person. And when we look back on it, it was what people have told me and what I've believed, and that hearing those things, it was as young as being in a nursery, and even in primary and secondary, and people telling me that I was these things, and then I believed them. So most of my life, up until not that long ago, I've believed I was quiet, shy, you know, like unconfident, unworthy. Like when you believe something that somebody's told you to the point where you almost practice it every day in your life, it becomes a core belief and you believe that is you as a person. So I've lived my life sadly like in that mind frame until I met Andrea, and we've been working through some stuff, and it's honestly been amazing. Like the things that we've managed to get down and out and really work on has been amazing. So I'm just looking really forward to be able to help bring my side of the kind of coaching where it's more spiritual. That was the first kind of turning point for me, like all that kind of stuff and the science behind it. I know it sounds a bit airy-fairy, as you were saying, the manifestation and spirituality and all that kind of stuff, but it actually has so much substance to it, and I'll go into detail about it later, but it really has helped me you know, like heal properly, healthily, getting in touch with yourself again, like really finding out who you are as a person, but doing it in a really beautiful, soft way. So hopefully I can bring that side of things to you. It's really honestly helped me so much, along with Andrea's coaching as well. So I'm looking really forward to helping people change their mindsets on how they feel that they are as a person, and changing these habits that you feel like are holding you back or have held you back, or your past, because you're not your past and you're not your thoughts. And that's been a massive thing for me to discover.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything you've just shared there, Stephanie, and like watching you grow, especially just recently as well, the things that you've done and taken on, insane. Like, and this is the one thing that was missing from the coaching was, you know, the final piece of the puzzle was like the spirituality and all of that, the softer stuff. I can't do the softer stuff, so we needed someone like you. So brilliant, amazing. Sarah has written down, not your past and not your thoughts. Love that so much. I've written that down.
So true. It's so true.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. So when we first did vision boards, and when I first did a vision board, I thought it was just going to be a bit of fun. It's a wee fun thing to do, a way to spend an afternoon. And but things really started happening, and I've got my vision board with me because I want to show you it. And let me just stop sharing for a wee second. So this is my vision board. I'm just going to spotlight myself. There we go. So this is what I created ages ago, and it sat on my kitchen wall, and I didn't really put much effort into it, I'll be honest, right? But what I noticed is there was some kind of themes in it. There was love, which was right in the centre here. There was play, because I like to play. And now I'm creating a big game in the world that I'm playing full out. The love part came when I met Andy, and that was really quickly. This here, it was just I liked the picture. That was it. There was no real big thought went into it. But actually, 5 months later, this happened. And I managed to get a much faster car. I don't have the Dobermans yet. That's still on the cards. I'm still at it. Now is the time that I'm doing everything, and I managed to find some time to relax. And I really do believe that I've got a fantastic future coming up. And, you know, there's a couple other wee things. There's Malachite for balance, and there's oversubscribed because I really want this coaching thing to just explode. I'm up for doing some big stuff. And the thing that really got me was that I only kind of half believed in it, and it happened. And that was like very surprising for me. And Stephanie, do you want to share what you got from yours?
So I've actually not got my board just now. I'm going to make mine at the in-person one. So hopefully a lot of you guys can make the in-person one who are kind of local. But for me, it's all about sort of what you see and what you want in your future, obviously. And it's creating a bit of fun as well with it. So like Andrea, she's put like the car and things like that. My old one, which I had, it was quite cool because like you can even stick like anything, just make it creative and make it fun. You need to be in a state of almost feeling like you have it already. That's the key to it. And as Andrea was saying, it's about specifics. So with things like that, you really need to be specific. And this is what I was saying to Andrea about. I've got a wee journal. Where's my wee journal? This one here. This is my wee manifesting journal. And I keep this under my bed. And I basically manifested the relationship I wanted, right? And I done this and I kept it under my bed. And after I had split up with my previous boyfriend, I had wrote out the specific relationship I wanted with someone. And this is how crazy how manifestation works. So I had wrote out specifically what I wanted from this person, things that I like agree with morally, like everything very specific. But what I had said to Andrea was, and then I had met someone, but what I was saying was I had left out probably the most specific thing that I should have put in, and this is why I was attracting the same person over and over and over. And Andrea had said to me one day, I was attracting the same sort of thing with my dad, people drinking out of control, substance misuse, things like that, just like someone who's not fully, aware of themselves as well, not a conscious thinker, things like that. And I had left that out, but I hadn't realised that that was so imperative that I had put that in, that I had attracted another person like this. And which is why a good part of it was why I joined Andrea's coaching, because I was like, why am I attracting these people? Is it me? Like, what's going on? Why am I attracting the same lesson over and over? And it's the only thing I hadn't put in my manifestation journal for this person, this specific person. And it was the one thing that I kept attracting. And that just shows you how specific you need to be with that. And everything else, that the person was everything else I had asked for, but he was also the thing that I didn't want. And that just shows how specific you need to get with your vision boards and manifesting and keeping journals. So when you're doing your vision board, just be dead specific of what you want and have fun with it. But definitely the specifics is like a must. Things like putting a note on your vision board, like a money note, writing beside it like times whatever you want and having fun with it, like, and really getting up every morning, but put yourself in that feeling place like you already have it. So you need to be in that emotional state as if you've already got the sort of abundance, and I can help with getting yourself into that feeling with all the sort of wee techniques and things I'll share later on. But it's about getting into that mindset of really feeling that you deserve it and you're worth it and having fun. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, cool. So we've got more to share with you. So let me just get back onto this. Okay, you can all see that? Perfect. So this is how this is going to work. There's 3 parts to it, and then there's a wee bonus part at the end. All of the coaching exercises are taken from Powerful Women Unleashed, which is our main coaching program. And we don't leave anything out. So everything that you get is what our clients would get as well. So there's 3 parts. As we alluded to earlier, there's excitement. So this is where you create an exciting vision. There's clarity, where you identify and clear whatever's in the way of you creating that vision and bringing it into reality. And then powerfully bringing your vision to life. So part 1, excitement. Now we're in it. So Steph is going to do a guided meditation with you, and you can close your eyes or you can keep them open. But let's just get ourselves settled and into the mindset for taking this on.
Yeah. So yeah, if you can quiet the room as best as you can. I know I'm saying that and I've got somebody cutting the grass outside, so hopefully you can't hear that. But to get sort of specific and visual on what you want, you really need to have a quiet space, and it is probably best you close your eyes. This is a wee meditation called the heart activation technique, and it's really based around gratitude. And what gratitude can help us do is really bring us back to what's important and get rid of all the negative chatter from your head. So if you get into a comfortable position where your back is supported even, or just as straight as you can, it's better if your feet are on the ground and you feel like you're kind of grounded that way, both feet flat to the ground. So if you start to take a long, deep breath in and out, and I like to do in for 4, hold for 4, and then out for 4. And just keep doing that for like a few moments. And if you can visualize almost taking a deep breath in and almost visualize it going into your heart center, just start to put the focus on it, drawn right in up through your stomach, into your heart, into your chest. And then breathe out through your heart as well. And then just start to deeply connect with the breath coming and going. So when we breathe slowly and deeply, we start to connect our brain with our heart, and it can take a matter of a few minutes for them to sync up. And when we're in a state of unrest, anxiety, depressed or sad, the brain and your heart waves are spiking and are in complete disalignment when we're feeling these things. So just by sitting in silence and deep breathing for even 10 minutes brings both of these into alignment with each other. And the brain waves will start to sync up with your heart waves. And then when you do this, you align the two key areas of your thoughts together. And you also align your two truths when you do this, because our brain is there to protect us, but it doesn't always tell us the truth. And the brain fires thoughts at us that we can latch onto and let run away with us, essentially. But the heart, that's our intuition, and it knows our deepest truths. So when we align the two, we get the best of both. And we can really analyse what's going on when we have this peace of clarity and clear state of mind. It calms us and it relaxes us to the point where we can sit and ask ourselves any question, because we can sit in a state of quietness and calm and listen for the true answer. So for now, just focus and think about 3 things in your life that you can be absolutely grateful for in this moment. So what is the first thing you can think of just quietly into your own head you're grateful for in your life right now? And it can be big or small. And then what would be the second thing you're grateful for? And then finally, what's the third thing you can be grateful for right now? And now that you have these 3 things in your mind, you can also hold them in your heart. And when we can find gratitude in the smallest things daily, we can find it in everything. So whenever you feel your mind racing or upset or full of chatter, bring yourself back to your breathing just for a few minutes, wherever you are, and remind yourself what you feel grateful for. And doing this exercise every day for 10 minutes at the start of your day really can help flip any negative feelings or thoughts that are coming up. And then just take one last big deep breath in, full of gratitude, and out. And then you can start to come back into your body. And hopefully that little few minutes of quietness help to clear. And sometimes it can be quite emotional when you sit with your self for even a few minutes. It can bring a lot to the surface, but that's totally normal because we're not used to actually sitting on our own quiet and with our own thoughts and feelings. We're usually distracted by so much stuff through the day. We don't actually have time to just sit with ourselves. So it can bring a lot up, which is a good thing.
Amazing. So now that you're all calm and everything's settled, what I'd love for you to do is you can close your eyes again if you'd like, or you can keep them open, but I want you to practice just drawing a line in the sand, and this is something you can do anytime, anywhere. So imagine that you've drew a line in the sand, and imagine that everything that has happened in your life, every disappointment, every failed attempt, every letdown in your life, right up to this very moment, is on one side of the line that you've just drawn. And then imagine that all of it just falls away. It's all gone. And now you've nothing to fix, nothing to change, nothing to deal with. And just feel how peaceful that is, just to let all of that fall away. Now imagine that everything on the other side of that line, which represents your future, is also gone. So now you have nothing to worry about happening. There's nothing predetermined, nothing to deal with. Also, nothing to fix, nothing to change. And just feel how freeing that is. And you're on the line at all points in your life, because this is how it really is. Past isn't happening anymore, it's gone. And the future, it's blank, right? And now you get to create a new possibility. So standing on that line, imagine that a canvas appears in front of you, and you have the opportunity to create your whole life newly and from absolutely nothing. A completely blank page. There's no past mistakes, no comments that you heard as a kid. There's no way that it has to be. There's nothing about who you used to be. And there's no limitations. This is a world where anything is possible. There's nobody to please. There's nobody to impress. There's nobody to appease. This world is only for you. There's probably lots coming up for you right now. So now if you just come back into the room, get your pens and paper out, and I want you to write what is possible now for you down. And use this format. I am inventing for myself the possibility of, and complete that sentence. So it may be the possibility of true happiness, the possibility of excitement, the possibility of connection, possibility of wealth, possibility of love. Because now you have nothing to fix or change, nothing to deal with. You can just create. I'll give you a few moments to do that. Once you've done that, I'd love to take some shares and hear what's coming up for you. So who'd love to share what they've got? Vicky?
I'm inventing for myself the possibility of a healthy mind, body, and soul.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And what came up for you when you when you were doing the meditation? What were the things that came up for you in the gratitude?
My kids and grandkids.
Oh,
Lovely.
My husband and the life that I built.
amazing. Beautiful. And that possibility that you've invented is going to support all of that. Beautiful. Is there anything else for you, Vicky?
No, just the past is gone and the future is blank is just very key.
Mhm.
Amazing. And let's take another 2 shares. I'd love to hear what you're getting from this so far. Sarah?
Hello. This is actually a difficult one for me because I don't see any future for myself at all, other than what I'm living right now, because I have very severe agoraphobia, and I can only leave my house for 10 minutes at a time and will have multiple panic attacks while I'm out. So I guess I'm inventing for myself the possibility of getting even a small part of my life back.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
So nice.
And that there is your possibility.
It seems very, very slim, but a possibility all the same.
So consider that it may feel slim, partly because it's still based on how you've been up until now, which is part of the past. So imagine that you didn't have to fix or change the agoraphobia, you could just let it be. What would you invent for yourself out of nothing?
I have no idea how to answer that right now.
Okay, so sometimes we need to just sit with these things and just see what comes up.
You know, that was a massive thing that I learned from Andrea as well, and you almost stopped me in my tracks when you had said, so if you're not going to be this, say if you left all these self-limiting beliefs in your past, like that you think has defined you, at the door, like what would you be doing? And it's a scary thing to like think of, because it's like being a completely different, another person.
Yeah,
but I mean, it is so possible.
I've been stuck in my flat for the last 9 years, and it's a stupid illness. It's just difficult to imagine not being stuck in the flat for now. So I will work on that.
So Sarah, what's been the impact of being in your flat stuck for 9 years? What's that stopped you from doing?
Oh, absolutely everything. I couldn't go to my dad's funeral. I'm about to miss my sister's wedding. Breakdown of relationships. I've lost most of my friends, but I have found a couple of really, really amazing online communities, and that's very helpful. But yeah, I miss doing things and going places.
So maybe that's your possibility, is the possibility of going out, doing things, more connections, building up your friendships.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, because if the agoraphobia wasn't there, that's what you would have been doing.
Oh, if the agoraphobia wasn't there, I would be traveling the world. I would be doing musical theatre. I would own donkeys, and
love that. Get that down.
Musical theatre and donkeys. Those are that's the possibility I'm inventing for myself.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and if you were owning donkeys and traveling the world and doing all these amazing things, then how would you be being? How would you describe that way of being?
Just in a full state of pure gratefulness, because I have been prisoner for so long. So yeah, I think that would be very overwhelming, I think. So I will sit with that a bit longer, but I'm probably going to turn into a big blubbering mess during it. So yeah,
that's okay. Listen, if we were in person, I'd be handling some of these tissues.
Handy.
That's okay. Whatever comes up, comes up.
Yeah.
And there's
Andrea,
nothing wrong.
You've seen me ugly cry many times now, haven't you?
Yeah, I like an ugly cry myself.
That's the main reason I've got my camera off, because I thought, okay, this is going to bring some stuff up that is fine for me, but you guys don't need to see my snot. That's not. It's a beautiful
Hands up, who wants
Sunday.
to see some snot? I want some snot. Give me some snot.
I see it every day in my job, so it's fine. I'm a nursery teacher.
I want to see some snot. Get some snots out.
Here's some snot. Are you ready? Here I come. Hi.
Good on you.
Snot incoming.
Yes.
Yay.
Right, Sarah, would you mind being on camera so we can really be with you?
Not a problem.
Amazing.
Well
Thank
done.
you. And I really acknowledge you for that, because I know how much it must have taken. So, and thank you for speaking up and for sharing and for everything that you shared there.
Amazing.
Thank you. Is there anything else for you, Sarah?
No, just again apologising in advance for if I go all.
There's no sorries in here. That's banned, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
you can just be who you are, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. I'm a heavy duty sorrier. That's not a word.
That's all right. That's okay. So amazing. I'll take one more share and then we'll move on. Anyone brave enough? Louise, brilliant. Let's do it.
I'll go for it. I was actually just typing in there, you know, I do hypno and NLP, and as a gift to say that if you want, I would absolutely love to just help you with that. So if you want, contact me.
I will greedily and gratefully accept any help thrown my way. Thank you so much.
Here to get our on the go. So yeah, if I can help you with yours, then that's good karma for mine coming in. So yeah, I'd just written down just clear, calm presence, even more love in my life, fulfilling future abundance in all aspects of my life, and endless laughter. I do like a good laugh.
Oh, love that. Endless laughter. Brilliant. Cool. So anyone that hasn't shared, I'd love for you to share in the chat and just let us know like what that possibility is, so we can really like be with each other and just see what everyone's possibilities are. So brilliant. Now we're going to get a bit of perspective going, right? And sorry for the photo, but it has to be hard hitting. So perspective, right? This is one of the things that really changed my life around, was that question that I mentioned earlier about if you died tomorrow, how would you be remembered? And, you know, I don't know if anyone in here has had any brushes with death or had any serious illnesses or had anything going on, but, you know, it really pulls you into perspective and it gives you that, it can be another level of clarity. So there's two things that are guaranteed in life, and it's not death and taxes, but one of them is death. We are all going to die one day, every single one of us. It's the one sure thing. And the other thing is that we don't know when that is. It could be in the next 5 minutes for me, and I've got no idea that it's coming, right? Hopefully it's not, because I'd love to get through at least to the end of this and then keel over. But we were all going to die one day and we don't know when. So pens and paper out again, and I want you to write down, if you knew for a fact you only had 24 hours to live, how would you spend them? Who would you speak to? Who would you stop speaking to? What would you do? What would you stop doing? It might be that you spend all day worrying. But if you only had 24 hours left to live, how would you spend those last 24 precious hours of your life?
I just want to add in as well, Andrea, like that this exercise for me was pivotal in my journey with you, and it was the one thing that started letting me see the things that I thought I was happy with, I wasn't, and letting them all fall away, and have the courage and self-confidence to stand up and say what I really want in my life, and to let the other things fall away. So it's really, really powerful.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I remember going through that exercise with you.
Yeah, wow.
Pretty sure that was one of the crying parts that we went through. Yeah. So yeah, you only had 24 hours left to live. How would you spend them? And whenever you've got something, like if you want to share it, I would love to take some shares on this. I love hearing this stuff.
Yeah.
Jane, go for it. Oh, you're muted. Let me unmute you.
Yeah, sorry. It hasn't changed from the last time we did this. It still would be with my family in that lighthouse at Porthelian in Anglesey, a huge party with everybody and whoever they wanted to invite. I would be my authentic self and I would tell everybody how much I love them and just to live life.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Is there anything else?
No, I'm getting a bit teary.
Okay.
Does it hits home, this one?
Okay, so anyone else would love to share? I'd love to take another share, please. Charlotte?
I'll share, but it's similar, I think. I think I'd spend the day with my son. He's a teenager. And I'd spend the day with my son and my son's dad, because that would be important to him. And then I'd have all my friends over for food and some dancing in the kitchen. I don't drink, but they do, so they'd want a bit of a knees up. And I'd make sure that all of my assets are properly transferred to my kid. Otherwise, yeah, I'd need a will. So I'd want to transfer all like my fucking stocks and crypto assets. Otherwise they're going to be fucking lost. So yeah, and I'd call my mom. So yeah, that's if I had 24 hours, it would just, I don't feel like I have a lot of cleaning up to do. You know what I mean? So it would just be like friends and family. So that would be my last 24 hours, but it would have to be at home because I like being at home. Or if the weather was really good, but we'll see. Airports are shit, so I couldn't like fly us all to a beach anywhere. So yeah, that would be mine.
Amazing, amazing. Anything else for you, Charlotte?
No, I think because I feel like I've been kind of in that place of near death a couple of times over the last couple of years. So it's something that I've had to really like already sit with quite deeply. Oh no, I get rid of the drawer of despair because I wouldn't want my mother-in-law going through that. So you know what I mean? There'd be some things that need to be sorted out before I go. That yeah, I get somebody to bury somewhere. Would that be it?
Brilliant. Yeah. I love that. Love that. Yeah, there's a few drawers I think I would clean out. Yeah, so I think I'd want the coroner coming in and I've got like these things hanging about in my living room and stuff, doing stupid videos. I'll probably get banned off Facebook for that now. So Carly, you were coming in there. I'd love to hear what you've got to share.
Oh, I've been on things with you and you've asked this question before, and it kind of gets my back up, but I just like refuse to answer it because I've got a massive thing about death, and I just just bury my head in the sand. But I think I would be on the beach at last with people that I genuinely wanted there, no one I didn't actually want there, and we would just sit for 24 hours and hash it all out, clear anything that hadn't been said, and then just hug the shit out of each other. And just sit and watch the sun go down and watch the sun come up. And yeah, I'd make a few deals with some people to clear out some drawers.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, beautiful. And is there anything else, Carly?
No, I think just that, just saying all the things that you've never properly said.
Got it. Okay, so now we're going to stretch this a wee bit. Now you've got a week left to live. How would you spend that? And it may be that you do the same as 24 hours, but you spread it out. It may be that you add a few more extra things in, but then now you've got a little more time. you've got a bit more that you can do. And when you've got your week done, I'd love to take more sharing. One of the things that's really coming up for me just now, and I'm going to share this, even though I might get emotional, is I lost one of my friends who Carly knows as well. And I think had I known that I only had 24 hours left with him, or a week left with him, or a year left with him, I'd have done things very differently. And so I bring that into, you know, my friendships today, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the questions that you asked in this, Andrea, was who would you speak to, or who would you not, or stop speaking to? And I actually wrote down for when we did this, I would stop speaking to myself negatively, because that's been such a burden for me. And the things that you tell yourself, that was a massive thing for me. Things that I can and can't do. And then they become core beliefs, don't they? And then that's how it dictates the rest of your life. So I would stop speaking to myself negatively.
Yeah. And the friend that I'd mentioned that passed, that I lost, was actually the friend that asked me that question that turned everything around for me.
Oh, that's crazy.
I know.
It's crazy.
So every time I do this, like, it brings it all.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really present to that again. And I think it's good to be present to that stuff. You know, it gives me that perspective. You didn't know.
No. Yep. I think it's a massive thing for almost just believing that everything's meant to happen in the weird, mysterious ways that they do, because him asking you that has now led you here.
Mm-hmm.
It's
massively
crazy.
And then, like, how is he remembered?
Yeah. Oh,
just an absolute legend. Like, Carly knows him, and like,
amazing.
What was he in like?
He's what brought us together.
Yeah.
And like literally that was what, a week after I'd signed up the first time.
Yeah.
He had put it on, and I was like, "Are you talking about him?" And it was just, yeah, it was like his last. I don't know. He's like, "You're doing what I'm doing, so you need help. Speak to her."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just total legend.
Yeah.
We were dicks to each other, like, total arseholes to each other. But you know, he was my arsehole, and I was his arsehole, and that was kind of
that's the basis of a good friendship,
together.
though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and there was nothing. I don't think there was anything really left unsaid. You know, whatever we thought came out with each other, so it was great. But yeah, so who wants to share what they've got for a week? Oh man, I should have done waterproof mascara.
Oh.
So Terrell, can you unmute? Oh, yeah, you've got it.
I've done it. Yeah. Some of that story resonates with me. And I had a friend of mine. Well, she was a work colleague. I'd not seen her for years and years and years, but I found out I found out that she'd got cancer, and I got back in touch, and she died very quickly soon after. So I never got a chance to see her, which, you know, that's kind of a bit of a regret for me, really, that we never, because I worked with her for like 5 years, and then we kind of lose contact and things. But she was only 45 when she died, so that was a bit of a shock. I'm going to get upset as well.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Oh, we're all going to be blubbing at some point, I think.
The path to this is not a pretty one, but it's needed, isn't it?
Yeah.
To share these things and get them out.
Yeah.
I think for me, I would make peace with everybody that's probably, you know, past relationships that didn't work, perhaps, or people that you didn't really get on with, or anything. I probably want to make peace with everybody in my life that I feel I haven't made peace with.
Yeah.
Specifically my ex-husband. I think I've even thought about doing that fairly recently, to get in touch with him and just put things, is my daughter's dad. And then I'd probably put all my finances in order, and then I would just hold a massive party with all my friends, well, specifically my daughter, but all my friends and family, get together and just celebrate life. And yeah, it's probably what I would do.
Amazing.
I love that. It's so powerful, and thank you so much for sharing that and for being so honest and so vulnerable with it. And what you've done there is created a whole space for everyone else to do the same. So thank you for being so generous with that. Amazing. Is there anything else for you, Terrell?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Cool. Does anyone else like to share what they've got for a week? And who took something from what Terrell just shared there? Yeah, me too. There's definitely people in my life that I'm maybe not on, I've lost a wee bit of love or affinity with, that I could go and restore that. That's what's coming up for me.
The thing that you spoke to me about, Andrea, that Monday, what was I like? I was just rock bottom, just fresh out a relationship that I was clinging on to, and that chat where you gave me the clarity, and I just felt this, exactly what Terrell's saying, to draft out a message and reach out and just accept things for where they were at, for our lives being different, and just wish them the best, and just give them offering love and even being there, you know, and clearing that horrible energy, because I hate having that. And I'm seeing a lot of people saying that that's what they feel like, that they had their last day. You would want to reach out and clear that. And for me, I did do it with my ex, and it was such an uplifting, you know, feeling, and it just cleared any blockages. And I think you'll feel amazing if you do that, if you go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I definitely want to. It's definitely, I've been thinking about it for a while. It's just a matter of getting together, and I want to see him face to face. That would be good if we can arrange that and do it that way. So,
and if that's something that you want to talk about offline, like, I would love to support you in doing that, so that you can just get complete with whatever's there. And yeah,
thank you.
Cool, amazing. So now, if you had a year left to live, right, that's the last one, I promise, right? We'll go on to something else. But if you had a full year, what would you do? Oh, here we go. Charlotte's already in.
I want to ask, and this is silly, okay, because for me, it's a big deal. Do I have my health? Is this like a year with how I am now? Is it a week with how I am now? Or do I get to have like my health back?
Oh, I don't know. Like, that's something for you to decide. Like, would you
Because
want to have your...
Yeah, well, obviously.
Okay, cool. So let's imagine you can do anything you want.
So if I can do anything, so I am not limited by my health restrictions. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. And if you knew you had a year, I would hazard a guess that you would find a way to do whatever it is you need to do. You'd be like, tired? Fuck it, I'm doing it anyway. Amazing. So yeah, you've got a year, a full year. can see some smiles here. Charlotte, it's like you're planning some shit. Amazing. Good. It's exciting. It should be. Great stuff. And when you've got a year, or something around what it looks like, please, who would love to share?
I'll share because I made myself giggle, so I'll share. If I had a year, I'd write that book. I'd have my big solo art show.
Yeah.
I'd have my Empowering Woman art fair. I would do that really weird performance art autobiographical one-woman show I've been wanting to do.
Yes.
I travel with my mom. I travel with Cheryl. I would take my boy hitchhiking across the United States. I'd buy a big house and I'd get my kid a dog.
Oh, incredible. I want to see this performance art. I need to see it. Can we, I don't know, there's got to be some way that powerful women can partner with that. Like,
yeah, that's class.
Yeah.
It's from, not to like tangent or segue, but you know, when I've done a lot of like thinking and just speaking over the last 6 months with stories that I haven't told, and telling some of the stories that I haven't told because I've been ashamed of them or hidden them, the feedback I've gotten, it's like so many people have been through that story and know it or have experienced it, but they can't voice it either. And I was like, oh, I can voice that shit. So it was kind of like freeing in that way. And then I just, yeah. And then, anyway, so yeah, that's about what I do if I had a year.
So cool. Some of the things that I swore, so when I was going through recovery, one of the things is you need to just vomit out everything that you've ever done in your life. So, and share it with another person. And honestly, some of the stuff that I swore I was taking to the grave, like I was never telling a soul this ever, was the stuff that we were like literally holding on to his kitchen table, killing ourselves laughing at what I'd got myself into, what I'd done. I mean, there was a story that involved a pensioner at one point, and I'm not even going to share the details because I don't want to get kicked off Facebook, but yeah, I'll share that in our coaching calls. But yeah, I did some silly things, and it was like coming in and out of a blackout during my night, and then I was out of a blackout, I'm in a different pub, into a blackout, out of a blackout, and then there's other things. Yeah, anyway, I'll spare you the details, but there's definitely a pensioner involved at some point. Right, anyway, so does anyone else want to share? I'd love to take more sharing. Who here is thinking, I don't want to share, I don't want to speak in this, I'm scared, I don't want to say something silly? Has anyone got that going on for them?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, Nick, let's hear you.
Oh gosh, lots of stuff. Quit my job, start my own business, have fun with my own clients. I think a lot of obviously taking like holidays and things like that, but I think there's a few kind of big things here about like stressing less and not worrying about the small stuff. Just having more quality time, with people that you love, and just making more time for like activities that I like, horse riding, things like that.
That was in mine as well.
Yeah, that's good. And I think it just makes you think like, well, I'd need to like do more public speaking and self-promotion, which I hate and shy away from, but if you only got a year left, then you're gonna have to do it.
Brilliant, amazing. And what's the kind of business that you would want to start?
I think that's the problem. I think it's a bit undefined.
Okay.
But it's basically a creative business.
So what I would recommend that you do is to start with a possibility. Start with what do you want to create in the world? and what do you want to make possible in the world as a result of you having a business? And then how will you know that you've created that? So create a specific measurable outcome as a result of creating that. How will you know that you've, so for example, when we were creating Powerful Women Unleashed, we knew that we wanted to work in female empowerment. We knew that we wanted something bigger than just what I was doing. And then the possibility that we were creating was of unleashed, powerful women who are in action everywhere in life. And then how would we know that we've done that? So we set a by when, which was August 19th. And we set, what do we want to have created? And we want to have changed 30 lives by then. So we've got how many? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 people in here, 12 people. So we're getting there, but we wanted to change 30 lives by the 19th of August. And then from there, it all just fell in. But what do we need to do to create that, right? And I thought, well, we need to create a way that people don't have to choose between. You don't have to choose between a fitness coach, a performance coach, a mindset coach, manifestation. We want it all under one roof. And we want women to realise that they don't have to go and get their power back. It never left them. They don't have to go and reclaim their power, which is what a lot of coaches are telling you, right? What that implies is that you don't have any. So we're like, no, we're changing the narrative on that. You're already powerful. You've just got a whole layer of stuff on top that means you can't see it yet. And that's okay.
And that you're not broken either, because for my whole life I thought I've had a broken family dynamic, and this is just me, and all the fears and self-limiting beliefs on top. I was just like, I'm totally broken and I'm just not worth, anything or good enough to anybody like this. And you're not. It's just, Andrea put it perfectly when she done this exercise, and you start off as a shiny diamond, and layers and layers and layers of self-limiting beliefs and all these things start to go on top, and you can't see your shine anymore. You can't see who you are at the core, because you've got all that stuff that you've put on top.
And you're flawless. Come into the world that way, and it's just, there's layers. So start with that possibility, right? What is it that you want to put into the world? And then you get to see how is it that you're going to fulfill that? And once you get grounded in that possibility and you really stand in it and you go, this is what I'm up to, the answers will come. Yeah. And this is one of the things that Louise coaches on, is really creating that game and creating that in great detail, and then helping you to fulfill or to map out exactly what it is you need to do to get there. So amazing, right? So now we've got all of these things that we would do if we only had a year. We know exactly what's important to us. We've scraped off all this other superfluous stuff. So now we need to look at, well, why is it important to you? So take what you've written, right? And look for any central themes, anything that surprises you, anything that jumps out at you. It might be that family is a central theme and it pops up in each one. It might be business. So Nick, you've got business in there. It might be health. It might be money. It might be friendships. It might be, you really want to go out and help as many people as you can before you go. What is it in that list that you're most drawn to? And I'd love for you to, anyone that's not getting to share, please just put it in the chat so that we can all really kind of connect to each other. So what is it that you're most drawn to in there? And just pick something within that. And in one sentence, I'd love you to write down, why is that particular thing important to you? Good. Brilliant. So why is that particular thing important to you? And then that answer that you've just written, why is that answer important to you? Why is that particular thing important to you? Carly's done this with me before and really got to something. But I want you to write down your answer to that. Grab some tissues if you need them and repeat this process until something really hits you in the throat, right? And that's how
I wasn't
you
ready to be so emotional, like bloody 90 minutes in. Like,
I know there's a break coming up, so don't worry. But stay in this for now, and then I'll let you go and work on this a wee bit more on your own. So why is that answer important to you? Why is that answer important to you? Why is that answer important to you? And if anyone would like to do this with me and do this exercise just now, raise your hand and we can work through this. Sarah, brilliant. Okay, what did you pick?
Okay, this is going to need a bit of an explanation. I'm part of a week-long summer event every year. It's basically a giant scavenger hunt, and people from all over the world join teams and try to do this list of 300 things. We raise tons of money for charity, and it's just a mad old time. Okay, so for my 24 hours to live thing, messaging all of the people in my team was there. For the week to live thing, same. And the year to live, I would take a crap load of anti-anxiety drugs and try and get to America to meet certain members of my team.
Okay.
That's important for me because they accept me for who I am and encourage me to be absolutely bonkers, which is important to me because that's who I used to be before agoraphobia. And that's important to me because I don't know who I am anymore. And
why is it important to you that you get to know who you are now?
Because I really, really loved who I was before. And I've had to stop doing so many things that I was good at and enjoyed.
Okay.
So
why is it important to you that you do things that you're good at and that you enjoy?
Because right now I am merely existing. I wash dishes, I cook food for my partner. My partner occasionally says thank you. That's it. That's all life is for me now. So I really need to reconnect with who I used to be, or just wipe away the layers of filth to find that little diamond again.
Yes, you flawless diamond, you.
Yep.
Brilliant. I love it. Nick, were you wanting to come in? I saw you reaching for the unmute button there.
Yeah, sorry. So you just want me to go through this last piece?
Yeah, so we
hold on one
can do
second.
it together, or you can read out what you've got. It's up to you. You've just muted yourself.
Sorry, I'm just getting some interruptions. One sec.
No worries.
So I wrote, I want to be there for when my family needs me. So it's just being around more and making work for me, and just making life more fun and easy, really.
Okay, and why is it important to you to have a fun and easy life?
Why is it important for me to have an easy life? Interesting. Sometimes it just feels hard. It feels hard. Sometimes it's just putting too much effort into things, and I want it to come a bit more naturally to me rather than putting all my effort into this, because it is just work at the end of the day.
Okay, and why is all of that important to you?
This is hard. Because my family is the most important thing to me, and I want to be there for them.
Amazing. And why is it important that you're there for them?
Because they need me, and
I want to support them as much as I can.
Let's keep going with this. There's more there for you to get. There's more layers to drop down through. But this is what your real why is. This is what's important to you. And you know, when it comes to building that business, keep this in mind. Brilliant.
Sorry, children interrupting. Yeah. I think for me, it's really been quite a big juggling act. Trying to juggle a career with family has been really hard. I just want it to be a bit easier.
And if it was easier, what would that make possible for you?
Sorry, say that again.
If it was easier, what would that make possible for you?
I think it's just something about being less stressed and being more present. It takes up quite a lot of energy working like this.
Amazing. Thank you so much for such a generous share, and also acknowledge you for juggling all of this and how busy that can be. It's not easy, you're right. Juggling being a mum and all these different identities, a mum, a worker, a wife. It's not easy.
It sounds like there's a lot of pressure on you just now and you're feeling it.
And who else is dealing with something similar, right? Where life is just hard. You've got a lot on, there's lots to juggle. Like, I get like that. I have like long days sometimes. Yesterday I got a talking to with my partner. He was like, I wanted to hang out, and you ended up doing work stuff and all of these kind of things, and you know, I had to go in and restore integrity there because I was falling out of integrity with him. So I get it. I'm trying to juggle all of that stuff. Amazing. You're a superhero.
Yeah, well done.
Cool. I'd love to take another couple of shares. You can share on anything that we've spoke about so far. Charlotte.
I don't want to dominate the stage, but if I think when is it Nick that was just speaking? Yeah, because I can resonate with that. Because before I got ill, that was my life. You know, I worked 2 jobs and I had a teenager. I'm just, you know, like parental and like looking after older people. But throughout this discussion, going, you know, what the choice is. And I wrote down some shit that was really fluffy, you know, because for me, it's about wealth and money, because money gives us a choice. Money is choice. And it's like, why is it important? And I was just like, well, because it's about value and having choice in the world. And so that I know that I'm doing what I'm doing, not because I'm financially trapped, you know. And then what it really hit, you know, especially as we've been previously talking, you know, Like my first boyfriend and my best friend both died when I was like 16. And I grew up with a mom that was suicidal. And I've lost 5 people this year. So for me, I've always had this almost neurotic, I have to make sure I'm cool with everybody. Like anything that needs to be said has to happen all the time, because the last time that I see them might be the last time that I see them, which can make me a bit difficult to hang out with because it can be a bit fucking much. It's just like, mate, I'm going to the store. But it's just, but the point when I was like about money and what really hit me was it's just like, because if I had like total financial freedom in what I could build, it would be like women like my mom and so many people that I know, that they would never have to feel alone. They would never have to feel desperate. They would never have to make choices they didn't want to have to make. You know what I mean? And this kind of like this unnecessary suffering that so many people go through. And that got me quite like really emotional, because so many of us, like Nick was saying, it's that juggling. And I used to have this saying, it's like, it's constantly like juggling kittens and knives. And sometimes you've got a soft kitten, but sometimes you get to catch the knife. And it was just like, yeah, like, and so for me, I was like, is it money? Because then it's just like, no, man, it's money. It's money. Because I've always had such a weird relationship with money. And I had to go, wow, that really kind of goes into like all this deep childhood stuff. So yeah, that'd be mine.
Yeah.
And that's why, because it's just like, it's choice. And I know we can do lots of things without money, but without money, money is fucking capital. And it gives us the power to become our best selves with how we use it.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Nick, do you want to add anything to that, or?
No, I just like the analogy, the cats and knives is quite resonated. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay, amazing. And Jane?
Yeah, mine's still, we did this exercise together and I got the tissues, if you remember. And my why was because life is a gift. And I think I don't think there's a day goes by that I don't remind myself of that, you know, we have just now, it's that line in the sand, isn't it? We have just today. We can prepare for the future, but we don't know what the future brings. So life is a gift, and yeah, just celebrate every day and do what you can to make that day great, because it's not a given.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. Love that.
If there's anyone who are into reading books and things, I've got a really good book for that as well. Just if anybody's heard of The Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle, I don't know if anybody's read that, but that's an amazing book for really learning on how to become present and accepting sort of everything else as, you know, done, or really getting present to the moment. That's a really good one.
Brilliant. Amazing. And Catherine?
So mine's just an observation, and it's on the back of one thing that Charlotte has said. And it's a realization I've had over the last probably couple of months. So I never used to worry about making money, and I always made good money. And now that I worry about making money, I make shit money. But before, I always had this kind of just absolute belief in myself that I never worried, like up until recently. But one of the things I had actually put in on if I had a week or a month or a year was seeing more sunrises and sunsets. And that is something you don't need money for. So for me, that was something that I had actually put in. And that's something I can implement now, irrespective of what my finances are. And so that's kind of been a little bit of, I know it's only small, but it's just something that can be implemented. And then for me also, it's about, I don't know, finally kind of, finally get my freaking logo. So I'm joking because
Oh my God.
I know I'm joking about that. But no, that's one of the things that's actually come up for me. And I've spent all this, probably the last 18 months, thinking I was desperate to get back out overseas. And then that's not actually in anything. Everything that has come up is actually about, okay, it's my business, but it's about family and everything as well. And that's been a bit of a revelation for me. And of course, getting back to traveling. But it doesn't mean having to live back overseas. That's not anywhere on my list of things. And that's been a bit of a revelation for me as well, because I live so much in my head thinking that I need to be back overseas in order to have a good quality of life. And maybe I don't. So yeah.
Amazing. I mean, you can still go to Bali and dive with sharks again if you want to.
Well, the sharks are on there, and there's also the humpback whales and wing walking, and there's loads of stuff on there. And I think if I knew I was going to die in the date I was going to die, I think I'd have a go at Everest as well. Because it wouldn't matter if I didn't make it, because it would be, if I was dying, I would just be like, well, fuck it, I'm going to give it a go. And so if I shaved a day or two off, it wouldn't really make a difference. That was on my...
Love that, love that, love that. Okay, Sarah?
Just a very small thing. The attitude of I'm going to die anyway, so fuck it, let's do it. On every single one of my lists, 15 minutes before I die, I'm going to eat pineapple because I'm really, really allergic to pineapple, but I quite like it. So yeah, 15 minutes before I die, I'm just going to yam a whole pineapple, and if my throat closes, doesn't matter.
That's amazing.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Absolutely love that. Love it. Amazing.
Andrea, I'm going to see if I can do on one of my lives, actually, I talk about all this, because that's just a class that I've just been to. And it was a Buddhist monk that was speaking about death and how to embrace it, and see actually, like what Sarah's saying, see when you actually start to accept it, you just become a bit more, do you know what I mean? Like, she's laughing, she would do this, she would do that. Life doesn't become as scary. And you just, you just live in a completely different way. So I'd like to do maybe my next live on the notes I took from that class, because it was so freeing.
I love that. Absolutely. Sweet. So Steph goes live every Monday, 8 p.m. If that's something that you want to catch, she's in the group. So please, please, please watch that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now we're on a break, and I'm thinking we'll probably be going on. What do you need just to get some comfort and go to the toilet, have a drink, cup of tea? 20 minutes? Do you want longer? Is 20 minutes enough? Are you sure? Okay, cool. So let's come back at 1:45. So you can just pop your camera off. I'm going to stop recording. Pop your camera off. Someone please remind me to start recording again, and just come back here at 1:45 and we'll start again. Amazing, brilliant. So less than a minute and then we'll get started again. How was your break, everyone that's on camera? Good stuff.
Good.
Amazing. What did you do?
I had some breakfast since it was so early.
Good. Good. What did you have?
I just had a piece of toast with my cashew butter and an egg.
Oh, nice.
Very
You know, I really love rye bread with peanut butter and an egg, like all mashed in. And Andy's like, oh, how can you eat that? But I love it. It's so nice.
So good. So good.
Yeah, absolutely. Grabbed a coffee, marinated some tofu. My days, Catherine. It's such a Catherine thing to do. Love it. Absolutely love it. I had mac and cheese that had been lying in the oven all night. That's what I did. Cut a big square of it off and I was like, you're going in the microwave. Yum, yum. So brilliant. And I just want to take some sharing now that we're back. Like, did anything else come up for anyone? Did anyone get anything? Oh, in fact, 1 second. This is why I need reminders. There we go. Right, so welcome back, everybody. And I would really love to hear some shares. You know, what came up for you during the break? Jane, go for it.
Oh, right, I'm not on mute. Yeah, it was quite profound, really, because I had my daughter here over the weekend, and we've locked horns in the past because of the relationship breakdown with me and her dad, and I won't go into all the details, but she was going to use this time as to tell me all her feelings, and we were going to have an honest conversation, and it never came up because she never started the conversation, and I didn't want to rock the boat, and I didn't want to start the conversation because I thought, well, you know, she was wanting to have the conversation. So I'm going to say to her, getting emotional. I'm going to say to her the next time we're together on our own, if I died tomorrow, what would you be sorry you left unsaid?
That's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be authentic with her, and I'm going to say, what would you be sorry you left unsaid? Because we were going to have that conversation this weekend and it never happened. So yeah.
Love it. And also I may add to that, if it's okay.
Yeah.
What would she love to ask you?
Oh yeah.
And what would you love to ask her? Because there's things that we've not said, but there's also unanswered questions. We've got them everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
I would hate to think that, you know, I was on my deathbed or that, you know, I fell off my perch and she hadn't said everything that she wanted to say to me or asked me everything that she wanted to ask me, and vice versa.
Amazing. So when are you going to have that next call with her?
When she's here face to face, which is for her graduation on the 26th of July.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Love that. Okay, cool. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, so anyone else like to share, even share on what Jane's just shared or what came up for you? I'd love to hear a few more.
I'll share. I thought what was funny is during the break, my first thought was worrying if I talked too much or shared too much, which is like this endless cycle that I'm in. I'm just like, shit, should I message Andrea and like find out if like I said too much or talked too much or took up too much space? And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sakes. So that was my during the break. I was worried that I spoke too much.
How cool is that to notice, right? That chatter that's in there.
Yeah.
Right
That's
away.
another self-limiting belief, isn't it? That you start to overthink all these things and really nobody even thinks that of you.
No,
that was just the first thing, right? Like immediately, we're all here to share,
Yeah.
be authentic for each other, and yeah. But I just thought it was really kind of, I thought it was funny, but also
amazing.
telling. Yeah.
Yeah.
And who else had that thought?
Yeah.
Good, cool, amazing. And who was thinking that they didn't share enough, or they didn't share the right thing, or they didn't share, you know, something that, or there's something that they've been holding back, or, you know, has anyone got anything around that? Catherine?
Yeah, so I was about to say, I'd written in the comments that I thought the same as what Charlotte did, not necessarily on this session, because I've been quite quiet. It's only the last few minutes that I spoke up.
Yeah.
But each time you asked for people to share, I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then I didn't. And so I was holding myself back. So it's the opposite. But typically I'm like Charlotte, or I worry I've come across as an absolute dickhead. And so then I go away then worrying about that as well. So yeah, totally get where Charlotte's coming from, except for in this workshop up until just before the break, I'd been a lot quieter than what I typically am as well. And now I'm not shutting up. So now I'll mute the mic and then I'll have the same thought, did I speak too much? So
brilliant. And now that you're sharing, you're literally on the court breaking through that by sharing right now. So that is amazing. Thank you for that. And you know, this is what we're going to cover in this section. This is the bit about clearing whatever, all of those little stories that come up that disempower you, that stop you from getting whatever it is that you really want. Here's Stephanie coming back in. Stephanie's on her phone, so sometimes she'll click in and out. Hi Steph, you're back.
Sorry, that my phone's on charge and I can't stand it that way, so I'm having to try and get it that way so the charger doesn't bend. So this is me kicking myself off.
Okay, cool. No worries.
Sorry.
That's fine. We'll just include that, right? So that's okay. That's totally fine. So so yeah, these things come up and they can stop us and they can block us. And if we don't deal with them, you know, this is when the board ends up a pretty picture on your wall. It doesn't end up something that you actually pursue. So so who's ready to explore a wee bit and see what's been holding us back and then get it all cleared and out the fucking way? Because you don't need that shit. Good. Yeah. Cool. By the way, I swear a lot, so it's just part of me. So let me just bring this up again and yeah, okay, cool. So share screen. So present. There we go. Brilliant. And do you know what? You know, it's amazing. We've not lost anybody. Everyone's came back, so that's good. I'll take that as a success so far. So thank you for coming back. So now we're on the clarity part, right? Getting clear of that stuff that's been in your head. Because that chatter, that noise, like it stops you from being able to really be with anything or anyone. So these slides are getting a bit merged. I don't know how, but it was all in line when I first started it. But whatever, I'm gonna give up any need to be perfect right now. So what's really holding you back? You've probably heard the term limiting beliefs, right? And limiting beliefs are just that. It's beliefs about ourselves, about others, or some aspect of the world around us that limit us. And these beliefs, or you can call them stories if you want, are nothing more than interpretations of the world around us, but given time and attention, they can appear real. So some of these beliefs come from past-based communications. Now that's just things that people have said to you. Maybe being told, and Stephanie shared this earlier, being told that you're shy when you were little. So now you're just shy. Or events that have happened. You failed a test, so now you've told yourself you're not good at maths. A shattered ideal. Maybe seeing your dad drunk and angry, and now you can't trust men. That was one of mine.
Yeah.
And a few other places that we actually cover on our programme, but these are the kind of the big ones, the main ones. So past-based communications, things that you were told, people telling you that you're a certain way, things that have happened, you know, things that you did or didn't do, things that other people promised they would do or didn't do. and shattered ideals. The world's a certain way, and then something happens and it rocks that, and you're like, oh God, I don't know what to do. So you go into survival mode, and usually we stay in survival mode for a while. So what are some of the stories that you've been telling yourself that stopped you from having the things that are really important to you? So when you look at the things that you've not done, that you said you were out to accomplish and you haven't done, then what are those stories or those beliefs that you've got? And they'll take the form of this, right? I'm something. I'm not something. If we're talking about other people, they are something or they're not something. Or if we're talking about the world around us, the world is something, the world is not something. So it might be I am shy, or I'm not powerful, I'm not confident, I'm not good enough. They are dangerous, they are scary, they are not interested, they are not listening. The world is demanding. The world is too big. The world is not forgiving. The world is not interested. So start to look at what are some of those beliefs that you've got that have been holding you back. And we're going to clear them. So although this might bring up some stuff, we're going to get them clear. You can apply this to other things as well. What about the future? The future is, or the future's not. My job is not. My boss is not. My kids are not. My husband is not. My partner's not. I'd like to share. Or do you need a few more minutes? You can just nod your head if you need more minutes. Yeah, okay, cool. No worries. Just something on sharing that I want to point to is that whenever you're sharing, what you're doing is you're actually doing the work for everyone else. Because everyone gets to put themselves in that share. They get identification with what you're going through. And they get to see things for themselves that maybe they hadn't looked at before. Because at the end of the day, all of the beliefs and all of the worries and all of these thoughts that we all have them. Yeah. Every one of us, we've all got the same thoughts. I'm you and you're me. And I'm Steph, and Steph's Carly, and Carly's Jane, and Jane's Vicky, and Vicky's Charlotte, and Charlotte's Louise, and Louise is Louise, and Louise is Nick, and Nick's Alina. Like, we're all the same.
It's funny as well, because you obviously said, Charlotte had said, I've went away and thought I've spoke too much or not said enough, and everyone else put their hand up agreeing, but like we're not, like no one's saying this out loud, but secretly we're all thinking the same things, but we're too scared to do. That's crazy. It's quite comforting to share.
And like when you were sharing, Charlotte, about knives and kittens, that really struck a chord with Nick. And had you not shared that, then you know what you did is you gave language to something that may have been a bit indescribable before. You gave it a concept or a way to really verbalize that. Like for me, that was huge as well. I'm going to use that. Kittens and knives.
Yeah, I've got like images of that. Like I've trademarked kittensandknives.com. So yeah, use it. It's fucking great because I think it sums up so much of life, in my opinion, and it's quite a beautiful and accessible metaphor.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give credit to you whenever we use it, for sure. Love it.
I also just shared with Andrea during the break there about something that I had came up for me, and I had just said to her that I never ever envisioned myself being able to do this. Like even sitting talking to a room full of people, public speaking was my number one thing that I just would not have even, done. In fact, I almost failed a 3-year course at college when I first went to college because I wouldn't stand up and do my presentation because I was that scared. And they said, you've done all this hard work, you only need to stand up for 5 minutes and present it. And I was like, I'll just fail it then. And that was where I was at with speaking. And I've never been one for public speaking until now. And this is obviously out my comfort zone, but it's something that when you start to break down these self-limiting beliefs, like you can accomplish so much more if you just let that chatter fall away.
Amazing.
So it's a huge thing.
And that is not something that I ever knew. I wasn't present to you ever struggling with, because you're always so like you're in the group. You were in the group coaching, and you were just like very, very vocal and stuff. And here, I can't even detect a hint of nervousness.
That's good.
That is just so powerful. Thank you.
Good.
And I can completely resonate with that. Like I've always shied away from speaking on Zoom, and even like in my main job, it's like I knew what I had to do, I knew what I wanted to do and what I wanted to say, but in meetings and that I would always be the last person to put myself forward. So this coaching is just amazing because it draws it out of you, and like Andrea said, like we're all the same, like we're all thinking, should I say that? Should I not say that? Have I spoken too much? Have I not spoken enough? And it's crazy to think that we're all thinking that, you know.
It's true. And the more we share, the more other people resonate and take new things away from it. So it's so helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. So who's got some beliefs that they want to share? And when we put these things on loudspeaker, it can really start to break them down all on its own. But we've got some tools as well to help you to do it. So who's got some stuff to share? Alina, have you got your hand up? Oh, let me unmute you. Hold on, you might get a prompt. Perfect.
Yeah. Is that me? Sorry. This is probably just going to be rambling. My first one, I'm unique, like everybody is. This is hard.
It's okay.
I'm not weak and I'm not cursed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You sometimes think when things happen, you're going to lose everything in your life. Just.
I got it.
Yeah. And when you suffer with mental health, I think people look at you and I think that they judge you. And when we're talking about people, they're misinformed because they don't know me. They see what they think they see, and then they make a judgment on that, which is totally wrong. And they're not always honest when they speak to you or when they talk about you, which again causes issue for you, and that takes you back to that am I cursed? Am I weak? Am I wrong to do what I'm doing?
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing what everybody else does, and I've got my own opinions and I've got my own voice. The world's addictive. The world is addictive, but it's not always in a good way. It's not in a good way because it gives you this. You see what's out there in the world. You think, I want some of that. And then you try and you go for it and you fail and you think, I don't have the right to go for that, or I don't have the confidence to go for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just writing these down.
Oh, sorry.
Because I'd love to help you break these in the next slide.
Yeah.
If you're good with that, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. And is there any other ones? So what I've got here is I'm weak, I'm meek, I'm cursed. People are not honest. People are judging. The world is addictive, and I'm not confident or I'm not worthy.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sometimes I feel as if I'm not worthy to go and do things. Maybe I don't meet a certain. Maybe I feel I don't. Maybe it's me that's wrong. Maybe I feel I don't meet a certain criteria to fit in or to be moulded because I've got opinions, I've got a voice, and it can be difficult sometimes.
And you're not alone in feeling that at all. I've felt like that at times, but for you saying that you've got opinions and you've got a voice is massive, because that's something that I felt like I didn't have and I couldn't speak up with. So that's amazing that you feel that you've got a voice to use. So you should be really proud of that.
I suppose one of the hardest things is managing others' expectations, but also managing your own expectations is really difficult sometimes. And not putting your own expectations before somebody else's expectations, I think, is a hard thing. And I do that all the time.
Yeah.
Got it. Amazing. And what's been the impact of having some of these beliefs? How has that shown up in your life?
People mistake kindness for weakness. And that's a huge feeling on their part, because I'm a really kind person. I'm a really helpful person, and I don't need to unscrew anybody else's light bulb to make mine shine brighter. But people always try and do that to me. Do you know what I mean? Because it tries to make them look better. They use me as a stepping stone. And a lot of the time I let people do that until it comes to a point where, do you know what, there's absolutely no benefit in this anymore. Not for me, because I don't get benefit of people stepping on me. But there just comes a time where I need to rise up and shine myself rather than somebody else trying to take it away from me. If that even makes sense, it just probably didn't even make sense.
So it sounds, what I'm hearing in that is that people push and push and push.
Yeah.
And you're nice until you get to that breaking point, and then it's like boom.
Yeah.
And what's that been like for you?
Difficult. As I say, going through, I've got PTSD, and dealing with that, it's been challenging, extremely challenging at times, but my work and my life balance is trying to keep that as normal as possible, as well as dealing with this. And I was really unkind to myself for a long time, where I used to say to people, I'm not broken, it's just my head that's broken. But if your head's broken, everything's broken. And it took me a while to understand that. And I've had some really good counsellors, and I've still got counsellors today that help me with that, which is a positive for me, that I can actually say that now, as opposed to before I used to go, no, it's just me, it's just the way I am.
Got it. And like, what would you be doing if you didn't have these beliefs?
A year ago, probably like lying in my bed with a duvet over my head. Having got to the point where once you hit bottom, you've got to come up, but there's nowhere else to go. And trying to work that out. And then actually using that voice that I found and asking for help and realising that people are able to give you help.
And are you able to accept the help?
Yep.
Amazing. And that's a place to get to. Especially if there's any beliefs around not being worthy, that can be a massive block, and being able to just say, right, I surrender, help me.
Yep.
I get it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I get it.
A massive thing to want to help yourself, isn't it? And put that out there and be vulnerable. But that's the first step, I think, is being vulnerable.
Yeah.
And even I think, I suppose, like, and not everybody judges you. There's people out there who really do want to help you, and they're genuine. And when they watch you breaking, and they wait for you to break, but you can't get that help. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I really get how hard this is for you.
Yeah.
And I really acknowledge you for sharing this.
Thank you. I don't want to take all the time up on the chat.
There's none of that. And also acknowledge you for getting the help and keeping going.
Yeah.
When I'd imagine there was times that you probably didn't want to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get back in bed, get the duvet over.
Absolutely. And I never ever thought about suicide or harming myself in any way. I just wanted to just keep my door closed and just be on my own and not speak to anybody. And eventually I thought it would heal and I would carry on, but it never ever did that. And it got to the stage where I eventually reached out and I said, after being in my bed for 5 days, and after the 5 days, and I came downstairs and whatever I could eat, I would just take it to bed and eat it in bed. And after about 5 days, and I just thought, I don't know what smells worse, me, my hair, my bed, or my clothes. Do you know what I mean? I was rank rotten. And I thought, and I phoned somebody and I said, I need help. And it was like a wee light bulb moment.
Oh, that's powerful.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Yep.
And good on you for actually lifting the phone. That's the hardest part, is getting that phone. It's the heaviest phone in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the hardest numbers to press, is to go and press that button and go, I need help.
Yeah.
So just amazing. Well done.
And I suppose I was lucky that I did have somebody that I could do that with, and I knew I could phone and they would help.
I got it. Who else has ever struggled to ask for help or accept help? God, I pushed all the way through drinking. I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then I'm like greeting in my bed for 3 days.
Yeah.
It's hard. I know how hard that is. Amazing, thank you for sharing. Is there anything else? Okay, amazing, thank you. Okay, who else? Is there any other beliefs come up, or does anyone want to share on what Alina just shared? Terrell?
I can resonate quite a lot in because I've always felt that I'm not, that I'm different, or I'm not important, or that comes back from from childhood days and things. So you become where you try and please other people, or you do to fit in or to be accepted. You just bend over backwards trying to make sure everybody else is okay at your expense, usually.
Yeah.
And then you don't feel that you can really trust people, because the people then you do try and open up to are the ones that have been taking perhaps advantage of you, that don't actually help you. And then you feel that you are very much alone. So I've always felt very much alone. And I don't ask for help, because I just think I don't want people to say, I can't help you. I don't want that rejection. So I suppose it's like fear of being rejected. You know, you get to that situation where you think, well, they're going to reject me, so I'll not bother. And it's like, fuck everybody else. I can manage, I'll survive. And that's probably been in survival mode for a long time. Although I'm kind of working on myself now and putting myself first, which I've not done for a long, long time. You know, kind of retraining and looking at everything that I want out of life. So I've put myself more of the priority than I ever have. And I'm 57 this year. So
wow, amazing.
Taking some doing.
Good on you. And just, I want us just to acknowledge both Alina and Terrell for everything that they've just shared there. Like, that was just amazing. Like, you know, you can clap or do this. That's what people are doing now, innit, this thing. But just amazing, really wonderful, and thank you for sharing that. And I acknowledge how hard it is sometimes to just go and ask for the help, and how easy it can be to just put those walls up and go, fuck the world, I'm doing this myself. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. I got it. Amazing. Is there anything else, Terrell?
I was just thinking about a friend of mine called me flaky once, because I withdrew from everybody because I wasn't feeling great, and I got called flaky. And I'm kind of like, have you thought maybe I've withdrawn because I'm not feeling great? Or, you know, nobody could think about it from my perspective. I was the bad one because I'd withdrawn because I was feeling so bad. And I got labelled flaky, and that kind of stung a little bit, because I'm thinking, well, you're not very aware of how I'm feeling then, or it's like that you're not obviously not important, or you're not interested, or you've got no time, or just brings all that kind of stuff up, you know.
I got it. When in fact you weren't being flaky, you were just trying to get through whatever you were getting through.
Surviving. I was trying to survive. Yeah.
Got it. Amazing. Is there anything else, Terrell?
No. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for being so generous with your sharing. I really, really acknowledge you. So let's go on to the next part, and let's start breaking free of some of these beliefs, right? So now that you've identified what's there for you, we're going to interrogate these beliefs a little further. So I want you to take each one in turn, and you're going to ask it 4 questions. So the first question, is it true? Now, it has to be true 100% of the time, and it has to be true for everyone, right? So if you believe that you're weak, then everybody in this room, in fact, everyone in the world, has to agree that you're weak, right? Otherwise, it can't be true. It has to be a fact. Okay. The next one. So sometimes what we do is we say, well, I mean, all the other beliefs are not true, but this one's definitely true, right? And this is why we've got the second question in here. Is it not true? Is it ever not true? Have you ever shown a sign of strength? Well, then that negates the first one, doesn't it? It can't be true if it's ever been not true. The next one is, am I just wondering? Now, if you're wondering, then it'll come out as a question. So imagine you were going for a job, and you've got a certain set of qualifications, and the job is looking for a master's degree in something, right? Or some sort of thing that it's looking for. And if you were wondering, I wonder if I do have those qualifications. Like, I wonder if the fact that I've got a master's but not exactly in that subject, would that be enough to be able to secure that job? Now, that's a kind of wonder, right? That's a wonder about ourselves. I wonder if. And if it's a wonder and there's a question mark at the end, then go ahead and answer the question. as far as you can, or at least make a note to do some research so that you can answer that question. Because those questions that bump about our heads, they stay there until they get answered. And once they get answered, your brain can just close that off. It's complete, and it can put that away to the side. So if you can't answer it now, go away and answer it as far as you can. You could maybe do that in the break.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one is, am I making it all up? And sometimes that's what we do. So, you know, when you're thinking, it never ever switches off. So you have about 60 to 90,000 thoughts a day. And most of them are the same as what you had yesterday, and most of them are the same as what you had the day before. So we have the same thoughts all the time. We're not always aware of those thoughts. And so the few that we're aware of, they tend to shape our whole entire world and how we feel and how we act. So because your thinking never really switches off, when it comes to nighttime, when you're going to bed and you're going to sleep and you start to dream, then these are just your thoughts continued, but they're just happening in a different side of your brain. They're happening on the right side of your brain, which is all your creative side. So just like in the night, you can have dreams, or you can have nightmares. Well, during the day, you can have daydreams, or you can have daymares. And usually what these thoughts are and these beliefs are just hallucinations, right? We can hallucinate all the time. And that might sound like a bit of a strong word, but what I'd like for you to do is just to play your favourite song in your head, your absolute favourite song, or recall the last conversation that you had. Now that is just an auditory hallucination that you've just caused yourself. And then if you were to close your eyes and imagine your favourite car, your favourite animal, your best friend's face, then that is a visual hallucination that you've just caused yourself. And if you can imagine that you tip your head back, you've got a half a lemon in your hand and you squeeze it and you let all that juice run into your mouth. Is anyone getting that little feeling behind here, or your mouth's watering, right? That's a taste or a sensation hallucination that you've just caused yourself. That's how powerful your mind is. And so a lot of these thoughts are just hallucinations, right? Nothing more. There's nothing you need to do with them. They're not real. You can't touch them. And so there's nothing really to do with them except just let them go. So is it true? Is it not true? Any of those ones that, you know, they're not true, score them out. Any ones that you're just wondering, answer the question, and anything that you're making up, you can just bin that as well. And you can do this anytime any of these thoughts come up. Anything that's disempowering you, anything that's getting in the way. So go through your list. Alina, do you want to go through yours? Where are you? Oh, you've disappeared off my screen. Alina, are you there? Oh, you're getting calls coming in. Sometimes that happens. There we go, you're back.
Yeah. Sorry.
Got you. So let's go through your list, right?
Okay.
So I'm weak or meek. Now, hands up who thinks that Alina's meek or weak, considering everything that Alina's gone through and is still keeping going. No, so that can't be true, because we would need full agreement of everybody in this room and the rest of the world. So that definitely can't be true, right? So we can score that one out. Alina's cursed. Who believes that? Who thinks that? Definitely not me.
No.
I don't know if I even believe in curses, to be honest.
No. Do you know how you feel sometimes when things happen? You think, is it just me? Am I causing this? Is it because of what I've done? That's kind of like maybe.
There's your wonders. There's your wonders, right? So we can answer those questions. Is it just you? Did you cause it?
No.
No. So we can answer them and just go, right, you can put that to rest now. Good,
Yeah.
brilliant. So you're not cursed, you're not weak. Perfect. People are not honest. Has anyone been honest? I mean, I told a story earlier about my drinking days when there was a pensioner involved at some point, and
I was listening with that, so I'm waiting to see the comments on that one.
So, you know, I don't think I could get more straight up.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not true. They're not always honest. You know what I mean? So.
So that can't be true either. People are judging.
Yeah. Maybe they do. Maybe they are, but they're maybe judging in a good way. Do you know what I mean? So it's not always going to be the bad in a bad way. People judge you and they're like, wow, that's amazing. I would like to be like that person. I like that person's strength. I like that person's determination. So maybe that.
So, I mean, who's ever judged anyone? I've judged.
Me.
Yeah.
And did you mean to judge, or did it just pop into your head?
No.
I mean, I usually don't mean it. I catch myself and I go, fuck, there's a judgment.
Yeah. And often when people judge others, it's because there's something coming up for them.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a wee insecurity or a wee bit of jealousy, and that's why people judge, because they see someone else acting the way they want and they don't know how to be like that. So it's defensiveness it comes out like.
Yeah.
Also, one thing that can happen is you remind them of someone, right? So this happens for me sometimes in coaching. So I've had times in the long distance past where people have turned me into their mother, right? Or they've turned me into some teacher that they hated when they were younger. And because it feels like that, right? Oh, she's on at me, and everything comes back up for them. And so, yeah, people might judge, but it doesn't always have to be. It's never about you.
No.
It's usually about something that's getting poked in them.
Something else, yeah.
And it's not always a bad thing. Plus, they can't even control it, so how are you supposed to?
Yeah, true.
It's amazing. The world is addictive. Is that true?
I think it's a bit of both. Or maybe I'm just making it up. Maybe I'm thinking it's addictive.
It has to be completely addictive all the time to everybody.
Yeah. So it's not.
Okay, perfect. I'm not confident, I'm not worthy. I would say the fact that you're speaking on here means that you're pretty confident. There's, you know, some people have struggled to share as well, and so it takes something, especially to share so vulnerably.
And I suppose that's where I think that my downfall is the fact that what has happened to me in the past has knocked that confidence. In my everyday work, I'm really confident, I'm really outgoing, I'm really authoritative at times when I have to be, and I manage all that, and people never ever see it, but that's my normality. And maybe I'm doing myself an injustice here, where I go and I do my work and I'm really, really good and I'm highly respected, and that's my normal. And then when I come home, that's when I feel like I can break, because this is my real, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And it's not like you jump into somebody else's body and go be the confident one.
Yeah.
It's still you doing that.
And I go and I live, I think I'm living my best life. I go and do, like, I love rugby. I mean, you've seen my things on Facebook. Do you mean I go and I do this? I love a wedding because I'm always at weddings and things. So
I hope it's people you know. You don't just turn up at
I've tried that twice. I do like wedding cake, but never again.
I love that.
But no, and I do, and I go, and when I'm into it, like I'll put everything into it, and I go and I be this big, bright, bubbly person. But as I say, like over the past few years, things like loads and loads of personal dramas, from suicide to you name it, everything happened, and it was really, really difficult. So that confidence in me was lacking, and it was like always trying to find that back again. So you're looking at, you're sitting, especially when we were during lockdown, and people, they took away your right to roam, and you're thinking, I'm kind of stuck in this house when I really could be out, because I am a people person. I'm like a wee kind of moth at the flame. I need that wee flame to make me shine bright sometimes, and I feel I do, but other people don't see that in me. And then it's when you're there, and I'm thinking, I need that addictive bit to go out and go and join in and go and be this. And I'm an introverted extrovert. I'm out there, but I'm happy in my own company, and I'm quite happy sitting in my own space. But I'm also happy being out there with people and doing what they're doing. So yeah, there's a bit of that. It's not true all the time. So I suppose getting back to what we were answering, I told you I'm a bit of a rambler. So it's not addictive all the time, but again, it gives you that, especially when you were locked up. I want that. I want to be doing this. I want to be doing that. But at that point, nobody was doing that. So it was a kind of false sense of addictiveness.
So I don't hear you as a rambler. I hear you as someone who's generous and thorough in their sharing.
Thank you.
And I really acknowledge you for that.
Thank you.
Amazing. And what about I don't fit in?
I think the not fitting in is where I'm quite vocal, and I will stand up for injustice, whereas other people will let it go by. Like, I can't abide bullies. I can't abide people that take liberties. And I mean, I know you said earlier on you swear. I think I've got Tourette's without actually being diagnosed with it. And it grips me when people take liberties for anything, and I'm quite happy. And I think social media is one of the biggest things where people think they've got a voice, and they think they can use that voice whenever they want on social media, no matter the harm it does to people. So while we've all got rights and we can say what we want, but if it's not within the letter of the law, if it's not within that kind of your moral compass, why are you saying it? Because you're getting your rocks off, or is it just the fact that people are so sad that they think that they can do that just to try and, as you said earlier about judging people, they say what they want to say to try and bring people down because they can't see people having happiness. And it gets me sometimes, and then I get my wee voice on, and I'm like, so yeah.
So who else cannot stand seeing injustice and people being bullied? Yeah, you definitely fit in with all of us, so we can bin that belief, right?
I was just about to say that.
You're in the right place. And then the next one was I'm voiceless, and I certainly don't think that.
No. Yeah,
throw that one right out.
Okay. I did say I was rambling. It just comes out, so it's there.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. So now I don't see that there's anything left on your list. I don't have anything here. Is there anything else you've got?
No, I think we've covered everything.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
We've gone from tears and snorts to happiness.
Yeah, good. A bit of clarity, a bit of stuff that you can just fling in the bin.
Yeah.
Great. And
thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And who wants to share next, like what they're taking from this? Is there anything big that you've managed to throw in the bin, or is there anything you want to share on what Alina's just shared? Charlotte, you coming in? I can see you reaching for the button. Let's get it pressed.
I think it was really lovely, Alina. I think some of the things that you brought up were things that I had on my list, so thanks, for that. I think that's really great. And so I thought that was really just fantastic, that and so many of us can feel that we don't fit in because the kind of like the conditions that we think we fit into are completely inaccurate. Do you know what I mean? Like the kind of stereotypes that we're shown. So of course we don't think that we fit in because like the ideals of women that we're allowed to choose from are so totally limited, right? So generally speaking, if you don't feel like you fit in, then you fit in because most of us don't fit in, kind of thing. So yeah, it was just that.
Yeah, not fitting in is a form of fitting in because you fit in with everybody else that doesn't fit in. So you can't get away from fitting in.
Absolutely.
Love it. Anything else?
I've got two of my wonderings and I don't know what to do with them.
Okay, let's hear them.
It's that I'm not sure if I am allowed to be successful or wealthy in this life.
Okay, are you allowed to be successful? I
don't know.
Would you be willing to
I
give
don't know.
yourself permission to be successful?
Because, oh, is that all it takes?
Well, am I allowed to be successful?
Of course you are.
Why am I allowed and you're not?
Aww. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Jane allowed to be successful?
Of course, because they're
Why
not
Jane and not
me.
you? But why? We're all the same, right? We all fit in with each other. We're all, you know, as I was saying, I'm Jane, Jane's Charlotte, Charlotte's Vicky, Vicky's me, I'm Carly, Carly's Kath. Like,
because it's a self-limiting belief, but it's just like, maybe it's just not in the cards for me. Maybe I'm just supposed to have this fucking shut up and have a small life and do what you're doing. You're too big for your boots. What do you want? You know, who the fuck do you think you are? It all, you know what I mean? It's just like, it comes back to, well, who am I? It's just like, no. You just go do that thing over there and be quiet.
What success have you had so far?
I can only see 4 people at a time, and it's really annoying. Who's just asking?
That is a great question. So Alina just asked, what success have you had so far?
It depends on how you define success.
Okay, so give me one win that you've had in your life. Just one. Doesn't have to be money based. Can be anything.
No. I don't worry. I don't got any of those.
Neither have I.
I was shortlisted for Teacher of the Year in Hackney.
Boom, there's a success. Guess what? You're already successful.
Yeah. I think I just want something so much bigger.
That's okay.
And I don't feel like I'm allowed it, you know?
That's more of an aspiration than a success. And you have to build on them. Sorry, Andrea.
No, that's cool.
Consider that you could stand in the place of, I'm already accomplished.
Yeah, that's what
right?
I was about to say.
You're already accomplished. Everything you've done all the way up till now, you've accomplished.
You're a mother. Like, you're an artist. You're bringing creativity into the world. Like, these are all massive things to bring to the. Do you know what I mean? These are massive things.
Now, accomplished sometimes gets accomplishments gets confused with results, right? You can have results without accomplishment.
Yeah.
Anyone can produce results, whether we like the result or not. It's still a result. Everything you do.
What do you mean? Can you clarify that a bit? I don't quite understand.
Yeah. So accomplishment and results get mashed into one, right? And we think if we're not producing X result, then I'm not accomplished. But you can have results without accomplishment. And you can have it, but accomplishment is a place to stand in, right? And it's something that you can stand in and you can come from. And you can say, I'm already accomplished. And now I'm going to go out and produce results from that place, rather than waiting for the results to give you the accomplishment. So everything I do produces a result, right? If I boil the kettle, I've now boiled the kettle, right? That's a result. Is it an accomplishment? Well, yeah, I've probably made myself a cup of tea. Or, you know, I could call up my partner and call him a dick, right? There's a result I've just created. Probably wouldn't be very happy at that, right? It'd probably be pretty upset and be like, why did you just call me up and call me a dick? Now that's a result I've produced. Have I really accomplished anything with it? No. Apart from maybe, you know, having a bit of a crap time later with him. So, you know, results and accomplishments aren't the same thing. You're already accomplished. Everything you've done up until now is you're an accomplished woman. And now it's like, what are you doing next? There's nothing to fix or change. There's nothing to add or take away. You're already accomplished.
Mm.
And either all women are allowed success or none are allowed success. It's the same as all women are powerful or none are powerful.
Right. Okay.
You can't pick and choose. It's like we all matter or nobody matters. There's no.
Yeah. I think that kind of boils down, because that's something I've really really struggled with, like, my whole life. And I'll be succinct, but like, so I was really sick. Like, they thought I had a stroke. I was bedbound for 10 months. I couldn't speak. I couldn't walk. And so I had to suddenly, like, and I used to be this person that was very goal oriented. Like, everything had to have like a result. And that was just part of my own shit. And so when I was sick, I had to be comfortable that I had value just because I could lie in bed and stare out the window and look at a tree. Like, I had to own that my own, like, I couldn't look after my kid. I couldn't go to work, all of that I had value, just acknowledging the tree. Right.
Yeah.
And I think as I've gotten better, that's the struggle, because it's like I want to stay in that, like, no, look, man, you woke up today, you weren't an asshole to anybody, fucking 5 stars, right? And then it's the expectation comes. Do you know what I mean? And I've got to try to kind of go, well, where are these things? Like, why am I getting this pile on again? Like, what? But I guess is why I'm here. Okay, that makes sense.
So consider that you're creating expectations of yourself.
Huge. And it's really unfair, man.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
Well, no one here, we don't expect anything. And you can, what happens when you just let that in, that I'm accomplished? What does that give you?
A bit of self-love.
I mean, the fact that
like, dude, it's okay. You've done.
The fact that you went from where you were to sitting here, sitting up, talking, not lying in your bed staring at a tree, like, you're here and you're contributing to so many people. That is massive accomplishment. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's success.
Cool. Okay. Thanks. That was my wondering. One of them.
Did you get that clear?
I think so, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Amazing. Anything else for you?
I got this fucking class again. Oh yeah, no, they're all just variations of that thing. I just said it 25 different ways. Right? It's just like, oh, okay, it's all really just that. And yeah, that's kind of funny. And so much of it, if I just take so I didn't have a lot for the I ams, but I had a shitload for the I am nots. So it's just like, if I just move the I am nots up to the I ams, then we're cool.
Beautiful. Love it.
Right?
Love
it's just like, oh, okay, that's just a right. Yeah.
Excellent. June?
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to what you said about being judgmental. And I've just I know this anyway, but we really are not our thoughts. That can pop in our head, can't we? That, we're judgmental about, we see somebody for the first time. On the break, I was just watching a bit of the Wimbledon with Kyrgios and Djokovic. And for all the will in the world, I had a judgment about Kyrgios because of his bad boy images. I didn't want him to win, blah, 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 blah. There's no spoilers here because I don't think it's finished. but who do I really want to win? Is it my thought and judging him as a person, or do I really want to, a really good match and the person to win who deserves to win and plays a good tennis? So it's like, we're not our thoughts. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Love that. And that's so true, right? So I could sit here and I could think all day long, I'm a giraffe, right? Doesn't make me a giraffe. But yet we can sit and think all day long, I'm stupid, and suddenly that's different and it makes us stupid.
Yeah.
So you're right, we're not our thoughts. Absolutely not. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. Is there anything else?
No. It was just that realization, you know, I mean, I did know that we're not our thoughts, but we've got to think about what our thoughts are, haven't we?
Yeah.
What we want to think and believe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing. So we're going to go on to the next bit. And thank you everybody that shared so far. The next part is about what are the new beliefs that you could use to replace the old ones that's going to support your future, not your past. Because notice that all of the beliefs that you had before are all based on stuff that's happened in the past, right? Yeah. And if you keep believing that, then what you're effectively doing is you're taking your past and you're putting it into your future. That's exactly what's happening there. Mm-hmm. So what are the new beliefs that you could replace the old ones with that will support your future and not your past? So I am maybe fearless, confident, a great speaker. I'm not afraid. I'm not weak. They are open, curious, loving. They are not going to reject me. The world is kind. The world is not demanding. That's one of my ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not enough and the world is demanding.
I just want to say as well, like when we did this together, Andrea, it was actually quite shocking to me how much time I actually wasted thinking these things. And it was the stuff with my dad. Remember we went through of all these things that I thought that he thought of me. Mm-hmm. And we went through them one by one. And that was so groundbreaking for me because I was like, I'm not worthy because he doesn't come and see me as much as I'd like him to. And we went through them all and I was like, oh my God, like, and me and my dad ended up having that chat after about 15 years of me thinking this stuff. And then it was just so wild to hear that he was like, no, I don't, of course you're worthy, like, do you know what I mean? Of course, like all these things, but in my head, I just kept them quiet. And that was my belief about what he thought of me. When it was nothing, it was all stuff going on for him. But I made it right, yeah.
Now, how often do you see your dad?
All the time.
Amazing.
Every weekend.
And what's that new belief that you've got about you and your dad now?
You know, that I am worthy and he loves me. It's just at times, you know, again, it goes back to the fact that people have stuff going on themselves and it's not personal to us ever. And I was making that about me. I was like, oh, this must just be me. It must be, you know, I'm too far away. I'm not worth the journey and all this stuff. And when I actually spoke to him, it was nothing to do with that. And it was all stuff that was coming up for him. And all it took was a conversation that I put off for about 10 years.
Oh my days.
So yeah, don't waste time with that kind of stuff.
Brilliant. I love that. So good. Mm-hmm. So who's got some new beliefs that they want to share? Carly?
I've just had a bit of a thing when I've been writing that down. And it's like, it was always, so mine's always like, I am argumentative, detached, fine, unsympathetic, decisive, a bit irrational. But now when I've turned that round, I put I'm not just that person, but those are just a variety of powers that I have.
Okay.
So it's not about, like, I'm not those things, but I'm not just those things. Whereas before, I kind of feel like I've always been like, well, I'm not those, so I'll be this.
Yeah.
Whereas actually, I can still be those things, but those things don't define me.
How cool is that to see?
That's pretty cool.
And what does that give you now that you know that that's not the sum of you?
Well, it's just many tools in my belt kind of thing. I can be whatever I need to be when I need to be it. Because I'm awesome, right?
Yes, I'm awesome. I love that.
That's cool.
What a great share. Brilliant. Who else is getting that from what Carly's just said, right? That, all right, you might be some of these things some of the time, but it doesn't mean that you're that forever.
Yeah. And it's so hard to pay ourselves a compliment, isn't it? Like, to actually say that, because what would we say to our friends that needed our advice? Would be the first one to be their cheerleader. But when it comes to speaking like that to ourselves and actually acknowledging things we're good at, it's so hard to do.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We're so uncomfortable doing it as well. You're just like so like
it's so unnatural. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. So well done. You are awesome.
Yeah, you're awesome. I know how awesome you are.
You're awesome.
Yes. Brilliant. Is there anything else for you, Carly?
No, I haven't got any further past that. I just wrote that and had to share it.
What a huge insight. Perfect.
Yeah. Amazing.
Thank you. Amazing. Does anyone else want to share some beliefs that they've got?
Oh wait, I've got another one now.
Yes.
She's on her own now.
Because I had they are worried, and I know that we've spoken about this, and one of my big things is like I don't want people to worry about me, and I know certain things in my life make people worried, and so it's not that they're worried, it's just that they care, you know, and they give a fuck, and
Definitely.
they want the best for me, and it's not just they're annoyed that I'm causing them to be worried.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing as well. Mm.
And can you let that caring in?
Baby steps, Andrea, baby steps.
What would you need to give up in order to let that caring in?
I don't know. I think because of all these limiting beliefs about like me being like sort of I'm fine, just leave me alone, I'll sort it. So in my head, or because of certain things that people think or do because they think I'm a certain way.
Yeah.
And if I ask for help, a lot of people turn around and go, "What do you want me to do?" And then it's back on me to tell them how to help me. And I'm like, oh, fuck off, I'll just fucking help myself. You know? So it's just like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
When I've tried to hand it over, no one sort of takes the reins because that's what I do.
Yeah. And then that's when that wall goes up. And
Yeah.
that's when you're finding it hard to let people.
Yeah, because they don't know, they don't understand how hard it is for me to say I need help.
Yeah.
Did you hear that you just answered your own question there? When you said I need them to just take the reins, that's what you need to tell them.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
what does that what does that give you, Carly?
The fear.
Okay. So imagine if you gave up that fear, what would you be doing?
Letting people in.
Beautiful.
I'll write that down.
Amazing. And who else struggles with letting people in? Yeah. can be the hardest part. Like, I want help. Okay, I'll give you help. What do you need? Oh, fuck. Like, I don't know what to say next. Well, what do I do now? I got it. Absolutely got it. This chair's killing my arse. I need help. I need a cushion. Give me a cushion. Yeah. And you know, the fact you're here and you're on the coaching program, that's what it looks like. That's you letting people in. That's you, so you can do it.
Yeah.
I really acknowledge you for that.
Yeah. Amazing.
So cool. Love it. Amazing. Right. Anyone else got any stuff that they want to share? Any beliefs? Anything that's coming up? Nick?
Okay. So I reversed mine. So basically I'm saying things like, I can do this, and if I fail, I'll get back up. What if I succeed? What if I get it right? And what if I have something the world needs?
Oh, amazing. What if I have something the world needs? Well, what if you have something the world needs? What happens then?
I don't know. That's quite exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And is there anything else for you, Nick?
Yeah, I guess I've reversed all my other ones too. So I am strong, resilient, capable, confident, lovable, and the world is kind and the world is open.
Beautiful. And standing in all of those beliefs, what do you think you would be doing next? Fully grounded in that?
Yeah, I think there's less excuses like behind all of that. It's just, you know, maybe that, you know, your brain tries to protect you, doesn't it? So a lot of that is just my brain saying, stay in the safe zone, you know. Whereas actually, if you reverse it and know that you are all of these things, facing them like this is, you know, really valuable, because there's not many excuses to hide behind.
Beautiful. And when you're called to something as big as the world, then there's no room for any of that self-doubt, because the world needs you. And it's waiting for you. So it's just, you need to get the jacket on and go. Do the big shit.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely love that. That's actually one of the things that Louise does with people is helps them to really define that bigger calling, that big purpose, the thing that's going to not weigh down on you, but actually pull you and call you to action. So yeah, definitely need to have a chat with Louise after this about what that looks like, because I can see you doing just massive things. So cool. Louise, Wilkie?
I had put down, I am not an imposter, which also I'm a bit of an imposter in things. So everybody like that is always better, you know, whatever it is, you know, particularly in a lot of groups and things that you're on. So I put down, I am strong, loving, resilient, going to be successful, and I am potential. So it's all there to happen. And I know I've had success before, and yeah, some more of that to come.
So 2 tweaks for you so far, right? I'm going to be successful, or you are successful? I am successful. Beautiful. Don't put it away out in the future. Nope. Get it right here. Success. And also, who made the rule that you have to be the best at things?
I know. Yeah, it's just pressure you put on yourself.
Yeah. Amazing. Sorry, I cut you off there, but what else were you saying?
Just the other ones, just like, yeah, some stuff going on in my, a few different things that I work at, but my NHS work, there's sort of issues, and it's like, it's ridiculous. I'm fighting to provide a gold level service that I do provide. Yeah. But with COVID and things, there's lots of issues with workspace and stuff, and managers that are in offices and have been in hiding basically the whole time are now dictating like where we work. So I'm like fighting for patients so that they get the best service. But you know, I'm just blocking it out now that I'm not going to be dictated with. I can't change that, so I can only do what I can do and just provide the best service, which I have done the whole way through, even though it's been challenging at times. And that they're just pointing out things to me that I know I need to change. So it's not that it's like, you know, because I keep thinking, oh, I'm not valued, not this, not that. And it's like, well, actually, if I turn that around, what do I need to change, you know, instead?
Love it. That's great. And that's a powerful way of looking at things.
Yeah.
Rather than the world is on my case and they're not valuing me, that's what I'm hearing in that is there's a team element to that, like your partners in making this service the best that you can make it. And that might mean that some of the actions that are being taken might need to change, and that's okay.
And the world isn't scary, and it is my oyster.
Oh yes.
So I just need to get my big chucking knife out.
Oh, I'm into that. Anything else for you, Louise?
I think that was it. Yeah, it's just there's certain realizations that realistically that I can't change, but that's a choice as well. So some of the stuff that it might not be at this moment in time, maybe my ideal, but it's a choice that I have to just do that just now. But I know that all the other stuff is happening and will improve and take over.
Beautiful. Love that. Amazing. And Alina, you had your hand up earlier.
What I was going to say was when she said about what if I've got something the world needs? You. That's that answer to that question. It's you. We need you.
Definitely. I agree.
I love that.
Yeah.
Anything else for you, Alina?
No, I'm like the rest of them said earlier on that I'm everything and I'm awesome. I am that. I am not quiet. I'm not confident because I'm confident, and we spoke about that there. People they're caring. They are caring in their own way. They do care. How that manifests itself sometimes is for me to decide how I choose to take that on board, if that makes sense.
Brilliant.
People can be there, like the lady said about I need help, but it's letting people help you, but they're not helping you the right way. And I went through a long time where I was the fixer for my family, and anything that happened, I had to fix it. And I was the person that went, I was a go-to person, and it had to be done. It was always me that did it. And you get to a stage where it drains you, and then you think, no, and then you start allocating jobs to people. Can you do this? They go, nah, how will I do it? Whatever way you want, you decide. Do you know what I mean? Rather than me making that decision, let other people make that decision. And again, it's like one of the ones where my friend is really, really OCD, and it breaks her heart when I hang her washing up for her because I don't colour coordinate her pegs, like decipher all kinds of this. No, fuck it. Just everyone comes out the bag is on the bin. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. My only thing is, if you wear it on the top, you hang it up for the bottom. If you wear it on the bottom, you hang it up for the top. That's the only thing I've got to do. But apart from that, peg colour doesn't matter. Do you know what
I mean? Absolutely love that. Really, really love that. Anything else for you, Alina?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Brilliant. And Nick, I never asked you if there was anything else for you, so I just want to check in. So you're muted, just to let you know.
Yeah, no, I think I went through all the things that I had written down on this part.
Okay, amazing. Great stuff. So now that we've covered all of the belief stuff, would you like to go on a break and just see what else comes up for you, do a bit more journal work and all of those kind of things? How long would you like for this break? So it's 4 o'clock just now. Will we come back at 4:15? Is that enough? Is that enough time to go and get a quick pee and a cup of tea and whatever else you need? Because after the break, now we're going to get into the boards and it's going to be dead exciting. So cameras off, and I'll see you at 4:15.
Please.
And that would be 11:15 for you, I think, Vicky. Yeah, okay, good, great. Hello. How we doing? So I just want to take some, 10 seconds left. Sorry, I'm starting too early. Stay in integrity. 5, 4. Right, cool. Now that we're back, so is everyone back? Let's just check in with everybody. Perfect. We've got Catherine, we've got Alina, we've got Charlotte. We get Aline, yep, good. Louise. Okay, Nick. We've got Steph. Perfect, right, amazing. So I want to take some quick sharing, Jane. Yep.
Yeah, I just want to trump everybody on what they did on the break, and I've just watched the Red Arrows.
Okay, amazing. How was it?
It was great. I just could see them through 2 houses. I saw them yesterday, but I knew they were 4 o'clock today, so I just managed to see them. So yeah. Anyway,
look at that. Is that not a sign and a half? Like
I know, flying high.
Flying high, indeed. Amazing. So I want to take some sharing, like what came up for you during the break. Is there anything else that's popped into your minds? Because now we're going to make the boards. So Catherine, what have you got?
So it's actually what Nick said about what if you got something that the world needs. So I keep moving the goalposts for myself. So I think I told you before I was doing the voluntary therapy with the mental health charity for veterans. And so I'm getting really good results, but I don't feel accomplished, even though I've had guys thank me for still being here. If they hadn't had therapy with me, they flat out said they wouldn't still be here, blah, blah, blah. And I don't feel accomplished, even though I'm producing results. Yeah, I have a skill set that could actually help people. And then because I don't, so I keep moving the goalposts, even though I'm coming up to 100 hours of experience in trauma therapy, in my head, I'm like, well, I need 150 and then I can maybe launch. And I know when I get to 150, I'll be like, well, maybe I should just get the 200 because my head's already doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, I've spent the last 2 years training in all different modalities in order to help people. And then I'm keeping myself small just in case I fail. Yeah, I give up. I'm working with 11 different clients for free, get really good results, but don't feel like I could charge. So it's just mad. It's just.
So see if you were playing football. Would you go onto the pitch, pick the goal up and put it on top of the ball, or would you kick the ball?
No, I kick the ball.
So consider that whenever you move your goal.
Yeah.
Because it's okay if you don't make the goal. People lose games all the time, right? But if you keep moving the goal and putting it on top of the ball, you don't ever allow yourself to kick that ball.
Yeah. Like I've already decided, because the 100 hours is approaching. I've already been like, well, I'll just wait till the end of the summer. That will get me my 150 hours and I'll just wait till then.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
Got it. Because what happens if you leave the goals where it is?
Well, I'll just stay doing what I'm doing. There'll be no growth for me. And then I won't feel accomplished.
Amazing. And that's something that I did, right? I started moving. We had this 30 lives changed, right? And then I get fear came in. What if I don't do it? Okay, do you know what we'll do? We'll make it 20, right? So then there's 10 people's lives that could get changed, getting forgotten about, right? Because I'm scared of a goal. So what I was effectively doing is taking the goalpost and sticking it on top of my ball so I wouldn't have to kick the ball. Why did I not want to kick the ball? Because if I keep moving the goalpost on top of the ball, I never have to fail.
Yeah.
Yep. And plus fear was driving that thought as well, wasn't it? And that's a massive thing too.
And you know what? I brought it into the whole team.
Yeah.
I managed to enroll everybody else, and we should probably lower that number. Rather than just being, if I fail, I fail. Who fucking cares? Let's not make it significant. All it is an indicator of the actions that I was taking were either effective or ineffective. That's it. There's nothing else to it. It's not like I'm a failure as a person. We just didn't hit a number. It's only a number.
Yeah.
I can just fail better next time. Just keep going. Because you know what? Like, whenever you're playing a game, games are designed to be won or lost. You play snakes and ladders for long enough, you'll get to the end of the board.
Mm. Okay, I need to stop telling myself all these bullshit stories now, don't I?
I know. Yeah. Is there anything else for you, Catherine?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Amazing. And what's the next big goal that you're going to set for yourself and just leave it there and then go kick the ball?
Well, the next big goal I can't say because it is confidential at the moment.
Okay.
But if it comes out, it'll be really exciting. Yeah, I'm going to launch. This is ridiculous. I keep putting it off. I mean, Carly heard this a year ago when we were in sessions. So I'm actually,
I was literally, Catherine, I was literally just thinking back to the 2 weeks on the job, like we talked about your logo, and you were like, well, I don't like either of them now.
So,
yeah.
consider that the logo is just those goals that you keep moving about. And also, are you going to launch or are you launching?
No, I'm launching. Like I have, it's ridiculous. I have so many different modalities that I've studied now that I know are effective. But I keep just thinking, oh, I'll just do one more thing. No.
No.
So consider that if you're helping people, you've already launched.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
ship has sailed.
Yeah.
It's in the water.
Yeah. And you know, it's really nice. My guys are like, I get the feedback and stuff, but then they've asked if they can work with me in the future because one of them's trying to be a coach and they have no idea that they're my first round of clients. And I don't disclose that because I don't want them to not have faith in me, obviously. And yeah, anyway, yeah.
Oh, Carly was my very, very first client.
Wow.
Really?
So, right.
But do you know what's interesting? I do, when you were coaching us and you gave us the 4 questions,
yeah.
I do that with all, and I say I got it from you. I do that with all of my guys and they just start laughing now because they're like, oh, I can hear you. I'll be doing something. And then they'll start saying, they'll run through the protocol. And I do that with every client I have now. So thank you. And then I remind myself to do it on myself as well. So I'm completely running a story on myself right now as well. And Carly, I still didn't get my logo.
And who's here because of a logo? Not one person's here because of a logo or a graphic or anything. Maybe it's.
No, I know it's an excuse, isn't it? It's just so like I appreciate that. But yeah.
Brilliant. So you're launched.
Thank you.
You've launched.
Yes. Well, I am actually doing trauma therapy. So yes, I already am. I'm just not monetizing it at the moment, but that needs to stop as well. So yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And when you monetize it, that's going to create resources so that you can help even more people.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because the world needs you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cool. Anything else for you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Amazing. So the next, and yeah, let's just acknowledge Catherine for really, that was a big leap that you just took there.
Wow.
Brilliant. Does anyone want to share on what Catherine's just said? Is there anything resonating, anything that's coming up for you, Louise? I can see you going for the button there.
Yeah, well, I know Catherine's amazing. Actually, because we obviously know each other through you and coaching and things like that. And the two of us, it was quite interesting. I just said to her, between like stopping the call, thinking, yeah, I'm going to do this, instant resistance to what I need to do coming up.
Yeah.
And then by the time I came back from the loo, it's like, no, I know what I need to do and I just need to up and do it. So so Catherine and I are challenging each other to she's going to be she is rocking it anyway, but yeah, the two of us are just going to poke a big jaggy stick at each other to make sure we keep going.
Yeah, do that. Have a minimum of 2 calls a week. Right, and have your job Louise, is to make sure that Catherine wins her game at all costs. And Catherine, do the same for Louise. Do not let her off the hook. Same with you, Louise. Get Catherine's feet right on the fire. And when she starts moving one of those goals, remind her, are you moving the goal or are you kicking the ball? Amazing. Because when we start moving the goals,
can I just say something?
Slippery. Yeah, sure.
Catherine, thank you. I'm a veteran and I've got lots of veteran friends who need help, so thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Superstar.
Andrea, am I allowed to say the charity that I volunteer with? Because it's
absolutely
open. Yeah. So Alina, I will send you. So it's Icarus, the Icarus charity. So I volunteer with them. So veterans who have served for a day or any length of time, and they're eligible for therapy with us. And then we also, when we're done with therapy, we move them on to a mentor phase as well. So I will share the details of the charity if you have any friends or anyone you know or yourself that wants to have a call with them. We've just been accredited by the College of London, by the psychology department. So we've just gone through our accreditation. So I'm so proud of that as well. So yes, I will share the details with you. So please pass it around to anyone that you feel needs help. And also first responders as well. So please ambulance fire. So thanks.
Amazing.
Oh, that's quite emotional.
This is so cool. Right, love it. So you ready to make some boards? Yeah? Okay, cool. Amazing. But first, we need to give you some science and why these boards work. So let me just share screen again, and then Stephanie, you get to share about the RAS.
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So let me know when you want the slide to move, and I'll move it for you.
Okay. So yeah, this is what do you call it, Andrea? You call it the RAS, don't you?
Yeah, it's a particular activating system.
So actually, I was speaking to Andrea about this like last week, but I hadn't realised that she already knew all about this as well. I had heard about it quite a while ago, and it's actually quite scary how things work. And it's down to this sort of part of your brain and your mind. So how many of you had like a bad day, or you're going through something negative or bad, and then all of a sudden like more negative or bad things just start happening? Like constant. It's like you've woke up, your mind's in that state, and you just seem to be like, where's the break? Like, why is it just one thing after another? And it just starts to feel like a spiral effect. And that's because when you're in that mindset and you're so utterly absorbed in that place, your brain is actually programmed to find more of the same. And it's programmed to seek out more of what you're thinking of, because your brain is subconsciously thinking that that's what's most important to you in that moment. So your brain's actually in that sort of survival mode, and it's bringing to you more of what you're basically wanting or asking for, even if it is bad, even if it's negative. Your brain is just programmed to think that is what you're wanting more of. And that's why this wee analogy of like when you see a car you like, one day if you're window shopping and all of a sudden it's all you start to see that day, so you're like, oh, I've seen more of that each day. It's because your brain is actually seeking out that thing that you want to see more of. So it's the exact same with a negative or the toxic thoughts, and that just shows you like the power of your thought and mindset alone, how your brain seeks to find the thing that you put most emphasis on, and that's how powerful an attractor you guys are. And that's whatever you give your mind access to is whatever it will find. So it's quite good to think of it like that. So if you're having a bad day, that's when you tend to sort of find more and more of the same thoughts occurring or attracting. And that's why people say like that law of attraction thing it's because your brain is actually doing that.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was going to buy my car, I could have swore there was about 2 Mazdas in the whole of Scotland. And then I bought my car, and all of a sudden everybody in the world's driving a Mazda. And like those cars were already there, but my brain was just filtering out, because I'm like, he wasn't important. And that's why vision boards work, because they're visual. It tells your brain, this is what I want more of.
Yeah.
Amazing. So who's got their boards out and who's got their pens and things to stick on and magazines and things to cut out? If you're already online, so you can download stuff, you can put it on a digital board if you want, whatever it is that works for you, but have it in some format where you can put stuff on it. And we're just going to sit as a sort of working group now and just work on those boards together. So feel free to share stuff, share ideas, and keep in mind the RAS. Right? The bigger the image, the better. Images are better than text, and as long as it means something to you, that's all that's important. So, a green frog might mean something to someone, but it might mean jump higher to another person.
And it's important to, when you're doing this, like, and when you're putting your picture on, and you're setting an intention in your head, but while you're doing that, you really need to try and get into the mindset of you already have it. And it's again the thought and how that follows up in your body as a reaction. So try and remember how it feels from when you've had something before and how that feeling feels in your body, and try and feel these sensations as you're doing the board, as if you've already got it, and as if abundance is already part of your life, and that will really help to speed the process up.
Yeah. Amazing.
Just links back to that RAS thing again, doesn't it? It's just what you think of, you get more of.
Yeah, and just treating everything as a done deal.
Yeah.
It's already happened. It's just a matter of unfolding the milestones to get there.
Yeah.
And that's exciting, because that's what we did when we were expanding this business. We treated it as a done deal, and look at us now. I wouldn't have thought that 5 weeks ago we would be sitting here right now running our very first online vision boards workshop with 12 people, and like that. See, if you'd said that to me 5 or 6 weeks ago, I'd have laughed. I'd have went, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
There's no way. But we put this whole slide deck together, we put everything into it, and like that happened. In fact, we created the vision board. We did that in 40 minutes? We came up with the whole process, all the ideas, everything, just because we treated it like it's already happening. And then our brain just went, right, let's fill in the actions. We know the outcome, let's fill in the actions. So really what you're doing with the board is putting down what are your outcomes.
Yeah.
And then your brain will come up with the actions. Because it's like that RAS is it's like a PA.
Crazy. And when I was with Andrea doing coaching, one of the things that came up for one of my big dreams and goals in life was to be a coach myself. And I said to her, like, I'm taking a course, which I had been doing before I'd even came on board with Andrea, to do coaching myself. And I was doing it around my job, my full-time job just now. And it's something in my head. I would say this is something I would love to do like in years' time. And it's maybe something my limited self-belief would go, oh no, you'll just do it and you'll get the certificate, and then you'll just do nothing with it because you're not good enough and you're not worthy enough to help other people. And that's what my brain told me. And I shared this with loads of people, like, this is something I'd love to do one day, but honest to God, never seen myself doing it. Like what my subconscious was telling me or whatever. And then here I am with Andrea telling her this was one of my goals, and this is our first workshop, and I'm not doing it years down the line. It's happening right now. And that just shows you how fast things can like transpire when you speak them out to the universe almost. It's crazy.
That's the power of sharing as well.
Yeah. It's absolutely wild. It's magical though. It's once they're out there.
So good.
It just that took me back to listening to Affit podcast when it was stinking thinking leads to drinking.
Stinking thinking leads to drinking. Yep.
That's amazing.
That's all. It's like, that's it. Thinking, Lisa drinking.
I've never heard
Actually,
that. That's so funny.
I got that from a woman that was she was a sponsor of mine a while ago, and she was like, stinking thinking leads to drinking. She used to have one of the phrases she would say, she'd be like, I don't go to university, I go to the College of Knowledge. She was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, just mad as a bag of frogs. Loved it. So great.
That's brilliant.
I remember going up to her house, and she used to, her mum stayed up the stairs from her, but her mum was like kind of housebound and like going out and stuff. So we'd be sitting and we'd get through like the big book and all that, and she would just go, like, I need to just jump up the stairs. So she would then leave the house, go up the stairs to her mum's apartment, because it was in a big apartment block. And she'd go up to her mum's apartment and post a couple of fags through the door, and then get back to the kid. Just posting fags for my mum. I'm like, okay. Great fun. Oh man, do you know what? I'm just thinking I need to go and pick the phone up to them again and see what they're up to. It's so funny.
I'm so excited to see these boards. I can't even tell you.
Me too.
I know.
You know, once the boards are done, we've got more stuff to give you. So it's going to be good. I know what's coming up and I'm buzzing. Like literally buzzing.
I'll actually do a wee live as well on how to get into that good sort of wee space for setting intentions and doing some journaling actually.
That would be great. I'd really like that.
Me and Erin actually, like who's on the call just now, she's quite similar in the way she gets her wee environment set up with like the incense on, the frequency music in the background, because I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the frequency, the hertz frequency like music you can play on YouTube. I've got one on just now. Yeah. It's a frequency and a tone which can help sort of heal and do all that kind of stuff. So I find it really good to put on in the background when you're setting intentions or journaling or adding to your board, and getting into that nice wee environment and that wee calm state is really important. It's really good.
I love that.
A wee sacred space for your intentions to come true, so it's very nice.
We've already agreed that we'll be doing, because we have a team meeting every Thursday, so we've agreed that we're going to do, I suppose Steph's going to lead a 2-minute meditation at the start of every meeting so that we can just like get centered. Yeah, we have the way that we basically get present to the game, which is create and unleash powerful women who are in action everywhere in life, and we talk about that, and then I think it'd be good to have the meditation in maybe before that.
Yep.
And then we go on to, we've started including a vomit session, so just vomiting out whatever's there for us. And then we have a little bit of just, what do we need to give up today? What are we giving up? Sometimes I need to give up that I'm tired, or I need to give up that, you know, I'm annoyed or I'm scared or any of these things. Sometimes I need to give up that my cat's dead loud. He's 17 and he's deaf, so he doesn't know how loud he meows, and it is really blood curdling. He does it at 4 a.m. right next to my head.
You've been on a few calls, haven't we? Me and Steph Green have been like that. What the hell was that?
I know, it's unmistakable, and it can be at the other end of the house, and it just right through the house. Like it can take your wallpaper.
When I was on the other night, it's like, can you hear that? I was like, something's dying in here.
Thing is, like it sounds like a child crying, like a wail.
Somebody's been left in your dungeon because you've forgotten them.
I know. I've made sure that he's well fed today, so he's pretty docile. So he's not doing anything, but he's just a big daft cat as well. He's a big Maine Coon, and he's got these big, massive, furry paws, so he just pads about everywhere. Look at this. He's so funny. But yeah, this getting us up in the middle of the night, me and Andy are just like, right, how can we take something positive from this? Like, good practice for when we have kids. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll call it. So that's what we're making it mean. Should I stop sharing so that we can all just be in the room with each other? Will we do that? Let's do that. And feel free to unmute and just chat or whatever.
Have you ever read this, Andrea? The 4 Agreements?
No, but it looks good.
Oh,
is that like marijuana leaves on the front?
No, it's not. It's just wee flowers.
No, I once worked. So I used to be a stripper, and I once worked a shift, and there was a girl who had shaved her area into the shape of a hash leaf.
Oh my!
It was interesting. She was German as well. She's like, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Cool."
Cool.
It's a twist on the land.
There's a market for everything, isn't there? Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is actually quite similar to what you teach, Andrea. It's the 4 agreements are: be impeccable with your word, don't take anything personally, don't make assumptions, and always do your best. It's not even that big a book, but honest to God, it's absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
It's great.
We should have a book swap. I've got so many books.
It. I would love to. I'm going to read that again.
Millions and millions of them. Yeah, that would be good. I've seen a flurry of scissors and
it's so good.
All sorts.
Jane.
So cool.
I just love watching people be creative. It's one of the best things ever. It's like them just spilling out, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's almost like a subconscious thing as well, because you're kind of flicking through and it's like you stop at what catches your eye rather than like searching for it, you know.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah. And if you need to go back to your journal, what you wrote earlier, what's important to you, what do you want to bring more of into your life? And then it's just pictures that resonate, and this will be like a moving piece where you might set it down today and go back to it in a week and go, you know what, I want to change that, or I want to add something, or I want to take that away, or I want to move that to here. So don't get fixed on this has to be finished or this has to be perfect or right.
Yeah. Well, this is quite a good news. I'm just going to read you a wee bit, this tiny wee bit I've just read here. It's quite nice. So they don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dream. When you are immune to the opinions and actions of others, you won't be the victim of needless suffering. So good. I know.
That's in a nutshell, isn't it? That's in a few words what I would take about 3 paragraphs to say.
Oh, yeah.
I love your mug, Steph, which is true.
We Cauldron, people must think I'm absolutely mental.
Love it. So funny.
That's what I thought of when we were talking about Kirsty's earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I don't know, Steph might be into that. The heck's on my house.
No, nothing of the negative sorts.
No dark arts.
Yeah.
And like this is giving me so much excitement for next weekend for the in-person event.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. I'm buzzing for it, like genuinely.
Yeah.
And then we'll have Steph Green there as well, and yeah, it's going to be good. We have a week to find as many magazines as we possibly can.
I'll ask in my work as well again.
Yeah.
For everybody to bring some in.
So newsagents don't ever send their magazines back. They just cut the barcode off and then tell the company how many didn't get sold.
All right.
So we have an opportunity there.
Okay.
For going round, I'm going to get around all the newsagents around my area and say, and offer them like less than, because they're not going to make money on it anyway. So I might as well just.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Or do you know anyone that runs salons, Steph?
I know a couple people, but I don't think there's, when I've looked before, there's not been many sort of magazines sat out or nothing. I think just because of COVID recently, I don't think there's, but I could always ask.
That would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might put, in fact, I am putting out a call for magazines, and I'll tag in as many salons as I can find. Mm-hmm. So Natalie over at VIP in Duke Street.
Yep.
Debbie.
Oh, you know Natalie?
Yeah.
I used to work here.
Did you really?
Yeah, that's why I moved to Glasgow.
What a small world, man. Natalie's great. I really like Natalie. Because Chris Kardashian used to do my hair.
Yep, Chris Kardashian.
He is a character.
He's a frequenter around these parts, yep. The East End.
He's so funny. He's really great. Yeah, Debbie from Debbie Aesthetics up in the Parades. So she might have some magazines as well. Yeah, we'll get some. We'll be fine. I'll end up on eBay buying job lots or something.
Charlotte's on a mission.
I know Charlotte is like
on a mission.
We're watching an artist at work here.
Yes, it's amazing.
Do you know what really adds to the drama? It's the fan that's blowing. You know, the hair's going and the it's like Top Gun but vision boards.
Amazing.
I'm here for that.
Yep. Top.
Yeah. Talk to me, Goose.
I love that song Highway to the Danger Zone. It's one of my favourite songs ever.
Love that movie.
Anything 80s is just gold for me.
So I'm writing a screenplay with my friend, and we've worked on a few different things just for fun. It's a wee hobby. And we are working on a movie at the moment. We want to write a feature-length thing just to say that we've written it, and we could maybe put it out somewhere. I don't know yet. But one of the, to give you a kind of synopsis of it, we're writing about clone Jesus, where the church is lost its grip in society and it's scared, and then you've got the science has lost its grip in society because you've got anti-vaxxers and all of that stuff.
Oh my God.
And they're like, how do we get back control? So they join forces, and you know, the church produces this rag that's got a bit of Jesus DNA, and the science comes in and clones Jesus, right? And we have the second coming. This is what goes on in our heads, right? And then it raises questions, right, as it naturally would. And one of the questions is, well, who else is a clone? Because once it gets found out that he's a clone, and the ethics people and conspiracy theorists, and I was like, let's make it that Tom Cruise is a clone, and that's why he never ages. We've just got all these daft ideas.
Like, oh my god!
Yeah,
that's amazing. Imagine it became a thing, and like Tom Cruise played the part of Tom Cruise.
I would love that. That's gonna. I'm creating that as a.
Why doesn't he age though? Like that's a question I have.
I know he just doesn't age.
Him,
Usher, Scientology.
Yeah, it's the science. Must be. So that placenta eating. People do that.
Yeah.
It's meant to be good for you. It's meant to be full of nutrients.
I don't know if I could eat placenta.
No, definitely not.
I mean, I can see why other people would be a good source of iron.
Andrea, these podcasts are going to be mental that we
replenish some of the, we're creating a podcast as well. We created that in what, 40 minutes or something.
Yep.
Because see all the stuff that we create, like creating this event, creating the podcast. This is all Louise's creation, like Louise's system for creating things in the world.
I know, it's amazing. It's worked out so well, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's just so good. And now I'm like, there's nothing we can't do.
I know. I always said I would love to do a podcast to Andrea just because it's all I listen to. I just find them so interesting.
Yeah. And now look at us, we're doing it.
I know.
It's happening.
I'm mad.
Yeah. I promise I won't talk about deep fried placentas. Or maybe I will. I don't know.
Just reincarnated Jesus.
Yeah, clone Jesus.
Clone Jesus.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I've had all sorts of mad thoughts. That's just one of them. But yeah, eventually we'll get them. Once I've got time, I'll take this a bit more seriously, and then we'll go out and get ourselves an agent, and that's going to be on the cards for next year, is get ourselves an agent.
Mm-hmm. Crazy things.
Imagine that if I was like coaching, kicking balls, and also making movies.
I know.
I'd take that life. That'd be great.
Amazing.
How's everyone doing with their boards?
Doing good. But see, if you need a hand with kicking the balls, I could do that for you. If you're too busy.
Yeah. I'm like, sorry, I can't kick your balls today, but Alina's here. So present.
Yeah. She's full of rage. She can do that. I would do it and then say sorry. It'd be fine.
I'm always a bit harsher whenever I'm like excited or buzzing for anything, and I happen to have a 4-hour session after this. So always in trouble.
I have to say, Andrea, that would be my dream job, to get paid to kick the shit out of somebody would just be amazing.
Oh, it's such great fun. It really is.
And the crazy thing is they've asked for it.
I know.
I know.
The thing that I really
back for
noticed.
Brilliant.
So what I noticed when I went back to it, because I took a bit of time off and then I went back to it, what I noticed was I'm doing the same thing in both spaces. So I'm just giving people a place to feel like they can just be them, and nothing bad's going to happen. Well, I say bad, but you know what I mean.
Things are going to happen.
It's not going to hurt. Nobody's going to get hurt. Well, maybe you, but yeah, it's been really eye-opening for me, and I've actually brought the coaching into the dom space. So I've got this exercise that I do with people where, or do with guys, where I attach part of their body onto this through a pulley in the ceiling and then onto a hand. So they've got to keep the hand up, because if they drop the hand, they pull on something else. And if they keep the arm up, they're going to have a sore arm. So they've got this impossible situation. And I take the other hand away so they can't untie anything. And then I get their feet up on their tiptoes, and I put something jaggy underneath. So while all of that's going on, I ask them questions. I'm like, what are you taking from this? What are you learning at this? They're like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, did I tell you that you had to stay there? And they're like, no. I said, so you've made that assumption, like you can move away so that you're not on your tiptoes anymore. So then they get that. And you know, there's all these different wee coaching lessons, like what happens if I put a book in your hand, it maybe only weighs a couple of grams right now, but the longer you hold on to that, the heavier it's going to get. It's the same with your problems and these things that you keep inside. So then they start, oh, right, okay, I see what you mean now. And it's it's maybe a bit of a difficult lesson to learn, but by the time we're finished, they're like, right, I'm not going to hold on to anything anymore. You know, I'm not going to make assumptions about anything. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to ask for help. I'm going to do all of these things. And then we get to this point where it's like, it's really quite cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. Try to do good in the dungeon.
And some people need to learn it that way. That's fine. That's how they want to learn that lesson.
Exactly. And I'm like, I'm undercharging down there. That's so funny.
You know, start up like the classes again, and then it would be like a whole new type of group therapy.
Oh my God, could you imagine? That would be so funny. That'd be so much fun. Yeah.
You know,
I come here to feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Do you know Lee's friend Lolly then, Andrea?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got her on Instagram. She's really nice.
Yeah, she was the first place that I worked in.
Mm-hmm.
It was over at Lolly's place.
Lovely.
Yeah.
She's lovely. She's mental, but she's nice.
Yeah.
She's...
Yeah. How's everyone's boards looking so far? Yeah, we all happy?
I'm a bit worried I'm just picking nice pictures of holidays that I like rather than focusing on the right bit.
That's okay. Just, you know, whatever's there, whatever comes up for you, just if it's right for you, it's right for you.
Yeah. Some people are more visual and need the specific picture. I think I'm quite like that sometimes. So on my board, it will be a picture of Costa Rica, and I would want it to actually be Costa Rica because I want to see that exact place on my board.
Love that.
That's on the list.
And just notice if there's any resistance coming up for you, Nick. If there's any resistance to put that on the board, right? Because that tells you something in itself. And if it is there, just give that up just for the next half an hour. You can pick it back up again if you want later, but just let it go. Just give it up. You don't need to do anything with it.
I'm kind of talking myself into things though as well. It's quite funny because I'm like seeing pictures of cakes and then I'm like, oh, maybe I'll start baking. And then I'm like, I hate baking. I'm not baking. It's just a nice cake.
It's funny just to see how focused everyone is now, and earlier on it was so important to get through all those blockages and things holding us back. That was so important to clear all that out before this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can go into it excited and clear.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm loving all of these pictures on Charlotte's wall.
I know, they're amazing.
I want one. How good would they look in here though against the dark? That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, stand out.
When I was doing this living room up, it used to be white when I moved in, and everyone was like, "Oh, don't do it dark. That's too much." Too much what and for who?
Too much for them.
Aye, too much what? Like what's this scale that we've created of muchness? So yeah, I did it anyway. My mum walked in and nearly fainted. She was like, I need to sit down and a cup of tea. She was like, I don't like it. And I was like, okay. Oh, look at the skull.
So cool.
I'm skull obsessed.
Oh yeah, I've got like the big ram head skull up behind me because I'm an Aries and I got that custom made.
Amazing.
The coolest.
Yeah, I've got my wallpapers is skulls. Don't know if you can see the detail in it from there, but yeah, it's all skulls.
Cool.
Get skulls up there, skulls all. It's ridiculous. You don't think that there's a chance that you've got any addiction stuff going on until you stop it, and then you look around your house and you go,
yeah,
I'm addicted to everything I touch here. So, lost. I can't just have one skull. I've got a million of them.
I know. I went on like an addiction to like buying crystals at one point, not because like I feel like they do a whole lot for me, just they look amazing.
Love it.
Look at this, how pretty is that? Like that's just a big old piece of earth.
That's lush. You just reminded me of my holiday as well. So what is that?
That's an amethyst, purple amethyst.
That's lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I was on holiday in Morocco recently, and everywhere we went, they had those. I don't know what they're called, but it was like a stone with crystals in it. And everywhere we went, they cracked the stones open and everything. People just kept coming up to us and going,
"Oh, what?"
Like we weren't seeing it. It's just
it's amazing.
It's just my experience of people with crystals now.
Yeah.
I do it as well. That's the thing.
It's like called a geode or something like that.
Yeah, like a geode, maybe an agate, or I don't know what it's called. There's a name for it. I don't know. If anyone knows, let me know.
Wasn't it? Like to think the earth has just made them naturally just by
it's lush.
Pressure. Pressure creates diamonds.
Exactly. Yep. I'll show you my crystals.
Oh yes.
I've got wee stones.
Yeah, the wee tumbles ones.
So I've got wee stones. I've got this one.
Yeah, loads of those wee guys. That looks like
that. These ones here.
Oh, like tiger.
I think there is a tiger's eye. I don't know what that means. But
I've got a crystal Bible. Oh, what's that one?
It's a bit brown and streaky. Maybe. There's this, and I'm sure that's quartz that's in there.
Yeah.
I should know this. I studied geology, but I didn't.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got all my geology books. There's a bit of fool's gold.
Oh wow.
You can tell it's fool's gold if you scratch it along a ceramic tile, and it's got a dark streak. So you call it a streak. So if you scratch it along a tile, you can tell if it's real gold or fool's gold by the streak that it leaves. Because real gold doesn't leave a streak.
Oh right.
I think that's similar to yours, but a lot smaller.
Yeah, but we amethyst.
And then I don't know if that's amethyst as well.
Yeah. They're like that and this, like rose quartz are like the common kind of found ones, I think.
Oh lush.
They're beautiful, aren't they? It's just crazy.
Yeah, I like them because they're shiny.
Look at this one. This is selenite, and it actually looks like there's like light trapped in it. It looks like. How amazing!
That's cool. I love that. It's very 80s.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what? Adam didn't even know anything about that I was into this. I was like, what do you think these are in my house? He's just like, just rocks. I was like, you don't even know me.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, I've got loads of, I also collect heart-shaped rocks.
Oh wow.
Every time I go on a trip, I pick up a heart-shaped rock. If I'm going walking.
Cool. I'm really bad for that. I'm like a klepto when I'm out in nature. I just start taking bits of like acorns off and stuff.
Oh my god. Brilliant.
I'm like that with when you go to the beach, you know, there's pebbles, pebbles and shells. I've absolutely got a garden full that I've put all around the borders of all the pebbles from different beaches. Even I brought some back from Australia, some really fancy shells that I've got downstairs in my other office. So I just love collecting stones.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
We're like magpies, aren't we?
Yeah. I have a stretch actually. Been sitting out for so long.
What's funny? Oh,
it feels so good.
Oh.
I could do a bit of chocolate or something. I might run out and get a bit of chocolate.
I know that's what I was nibbling on earlier on. I've just been fueled by caffeine today.
Amazing. So I booked a free lesson to see if I want to do my CBT for going a motorbike. Booked that today.
Amazing. Do it.
Yeah. 7th of August I'm doing it, and then I'm going to be going zoom everywhere.
You can ask. Sorry, Erin has a bike, so if you've had any bikey questions, you could ask her.
Yes, that'd be good. And Louise, I know Louise does a bit of biking as well.
Oh, amazing.
I've got scooters. I drive scooters.
Oh.
That's so good. Yeah, me and my dad are going to do it together.
Oh, that's cool.
I've got on my helmet as well. He just looks like a grumpy stick. It's so funny. Yeah,
the big thing, Andrea, is dress for the slide. Dress for the slide, not the ride.
Okay, yeah. So a friend of mine gave me a proper jacket with the padding and the pads and stuff inside it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got that.
Yeah.
Trousers. I'm kitted out, and then I've the helmet and all that. I'm so excited for it. It's just going to be mad.
Good.
And my dad,
You'll love it. You'll love it.
Right, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Good. Good.
I'm doing it anyway, and I've got Doc Marten boots. So I'm going to get them on for it.
Mm-hmm. And good gloves.
Yes, gloves are the last thing I need to get, so I need to get them before the 7th.
Yeah. Frank Thomas are quite good ones, especially for females because it gets smaller hands.
Okay, what's that called?
Frank Thomas. They do good ones for females, like for the hand sizes.
Okay, I'm going to write that down because I might forget. My dad might struggle with gloves a wee bit. He's got, I don't know if you know what it is, but he's got a thing called Dupien's contractures. So there's a wee bit of stuff happening in his tendons, which means that his index fingers are kind of permanently bent down. So you can't really.
Right.
These fingers are fine, but it's just these wee fingers. So he's got a wee bit of stuff going on there. So I don't know how that's going to affect. That's why we're doing the free lesson to start with, because I don't know if it will actually affect him.
Yeah.
So gloves, he never really wears gloves. He just wears mittens whenever he's wearing them, which is adorable in itself. He just runs about with his mittens on.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a string and attach them like around his jacket and stuff, so he doesn't lose them.
Yeah, but when you're on the bike, even when you're going slow, your hands get really cold. So if you've got problems, we're better getting decent gloves.
Yeah, definitely.
And then if you're struggling with his hands, if it's both hands, you might want to think about an automatic, because it's just a twist and go then, as opposed to having one, if you've got to keep on the clutch in to change gear, that might affect his hands.
I think that's probably what we'll do, is get an automatic bike. I'd rather have an automatic than have to change gear and think about things. But yeah. I've been on the back of Andy's bike. He's got a Ducati Monster, and it's ridiculously fast.
Magic. I love what about my scooter. I would have been out today if I wasn't on this, so.
Amazing. Do you know what? Just another acknowledgement for how hot it is outside, and you're in here doing the vision boards with us. I appreciate it.
I know.
I think it's to be hotter tomorrow. God.
Really?
I'm going to be stuck in with the kids.
I'm at work tomorrow, so I don't care.
I know. Me too.
I'm going to check my diary and see what I've got tomorrow.
I'm going to have to sun cream 30 wins.
That's so funny. What am I looking for? Calendar. Let's see what I've got on tomorrow. Oh, I can definitely get some sun in between 2 and half 4. Brilliant.
Do you want us to take a picture of our mood boards, or because I made mine kind of a bit bigger? I can't remember.
So the next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to analyse your boards, right, and look for, does it really support what you're up to, and we'll look for themes and we'll look for other things. But you can take a photo, and what would be really cool is if you could take a photo of your board and put it into the Facebook group and let people know what you've created, and you know why it means something to you, and really go out and declare that. Jane Marie's get the glue out. That's it. Once it's glued, that's it. That's great. And I seen you in newspapers, Jane. Were you cutting out words or?
No, I wanted the newspapers because I know that they advertise cruises, and I'm going to go on a world cruise.
I love that.
And when I'm older, a lot older, and I'm deciding that maybe I should go into a care home, I'm just going to go on a cruise and keep going on a cruise.
Why not?
Because it'll be cheaper and more fun.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, Jane, that is so funny, because I always joke that if I'm still single, I'm going on a singles cruise during my retirement, because you get medical, get entertainment,
great.
Gym, men. I'm going to be chasing after the younger men.
Yeah.
So that's what I plan if I'm still single.
That's amazing.
We're going in together, but you're obviously a lot younger than me, but there you go.
No, not really. But yeah, that's what I plan on doing if I am still single. I'm going to be like Rose from
love on your board.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's my backup plan now, but I didn't put it on the board. And I made mine on Canva, and now I'm trying to work out how I'm going to share it.
I can give you screen sharing once we get to that part.
Actually. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
No worries. No worries.
The red arrows went right over my house in the end.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
They they did that, what do they call it, the bomb thing over there, and then they're all coming back to Blackpool Airport, which is just over my house. I'm not in Blackpool, I'm in Lytham St Anne's, but that doesn't matter.
Amazing. Erin, that's totally cool. For you to switch over, that's absolutely fine. I've just had a message from Erin saying that she's doing our board on Microsoft. This is the age we're in now, isn't it? Like, I feel like an absolute dinosaur. People are just making digital boards. It's so cool.
I don't know if Erin missed that wee bit, but I was just saying to Andrea you would help her with some bike stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I did actually hear that, but I didn't realise that I still had my mic on, so I was trying to type and then listening to my phone, but I'm actually behind you when I'm on my phone, so my phone's like lagging about 5 minutes from the conversation we're having on Zoom. But no, I was here for that, guys. Sorry.
Amazing.
Brilliant.
That's cool.
But yeah, Andrea, anything that you want to know, just give me a wee message. I'm no expert or anything. I've only had my CVT for about 6 weeks now, and my bike's been off the road for 3 of those. So going well so far.
Excellent. I'll definitely come to you with questions though, since you've done it so fresh. Like, that'd be really good.
Yeah, it's actually like such a fun day. It really is. I did mine over just outside Ayr,
right,
in Moscow, and it's a local couple to me that do it. And that's where they're based, over in Ayr, and they're so nice. And it's just, it's just a good day out.
Amazing.
And it's a lot to take in, but no, they do make it really fun for you. So I hope you get a similar experience. I don't know what you're doing yours.
So I'm booked in for the free lesson with Harley's riding school.
Right, wow.
So it's not Harley Davidson's. That's
what I thought.
My dad was like, am I getting a chopper bike? Can I do this? And I'm like, no, you're not getting a chopper bike, Dad. So he was so excited.
I think that's really uncomfortable, the choppers.
They look quite scary. I don't know how that's in any way, shape or form. Like, how can you control a thing like that?
It's like choppers and the sports bikes are like just not for me. I'm more of a cruiser where you're kind of like sitting upright and your arms are out in front of you. It's like a horse riding position almost, and that's what I'm so obviously very used to. So that's what I've gone for, and I find that really comfortable. But I just could not imagine the sports bikes or the choppers being comfy.
They look so scary.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's scary enough being on the road without being in like a really funny
unnatural position.
Yeah, definitely.
I just really want to see my dad with a big like ZZ Top beard.
Oh that would be amazing. Speaking of that, Steph, did you not think that when we seen Cameron come down the hill in his push bike he had the ZZ Top bike beard that was just like split in the centre, just flapping around at his shoulders.
How mad is that? That's another crazy thing. Me and Erin were just speaking about someone, and I hadn't seen them for like, I'm not even joking, probably about 15 years, and he came flying down the hill in Darvel behind us, and I'm like, oh, hi. Not seen him in so long, and he just appeared.
Funny, Cameron does do that though.
Yeah.
I think he's like a secret wizard.
He looks like a wizard.
He does. He definitely does. Guys, I feel like I've finished and I don't know if I've maybe just like not done enough, or it's just taking you longer because you're having to cut and all that
probably.
I'm just like saving things off the internet and like
that's good though. I didn't even know you could do a Microsoft one. That's really cool.
We did things like that at college when I was doing business, so I've kind of done it before, but don't get me wrong, the layout's not very pretty, but you can kind of like tilt things around and make it look a wee bit better, but it certainly won't be as aesthetically pleasing as your guys' one.
Got it.
Still the same intentions behind it though.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how's everyone getting on? Like, how much more time do you reckon you would need? 5 minutes? Charlotte, okay, cool. Terrell, how's yours looking?
It's looking full.
Oh yeah, okay, good, cool. Louise, what about you?
Yeah, it's pretty full, pretty messy, but that's fine.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And Nick, how about you?
Yeah, good. 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Alina?
Yeah, I'm done. I've not got lots of pictures in mind, but I've got lots of words and things on, yeah.
Fabulous. And Vicky?
I'm done.
Oh, amazing, amazing, amazing. Louise, how's yours looking?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, cool. Catherine? Where's... Oh, Catherine's away. Carly, how's yours looking?
Yeah, I was just procrastinating on sticking things, but you know, I'm committed now, so I'm just sticking the last ones on and then I'm done.
Okay, perfect. So another few minutes then, and then we'll start analysing the boards and looking at all of this stuff. Brilliant. So while they're finishing off, who's finished? Raise your digital hand so I can see who's finished. Excellent. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I know Vicky's finished. I know Erin's finished. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Let me just pull that up. Okay, good. So, oh, Charlotte's coming. Hey, Charlotte, we lost you for a second there, but you're back.
I've been using my husband's work phone because I don't have Wi-Fi at the studio.
Yeah.
And then his phone just died. So I had to try to find a way to get Wi-Fi again in here.
Oh man. Well,
so yeah.
Thank you for managing that to into existence. Amazing. Okay,
yeah, so
cool.
I'm back.
Great. So
what did I miss?
So you're almost just about there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Frederick,
I'm just finishing up.
His mum's coming soon, okay, just so you know. Just stick them outside on your football thing.
Nick, like so.
Sorry, but I didn't realise it was on.
Okay, that's okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start analysing these boards, right? So what I'd love for you to do is, if you've got a physical board, just put it a few meters away from you. And if you've got a digital board, just step away a few meters. Oh, look at these. Look at these. Absolutely stunning. Great work. Amazing. So, and what you're going to do is I'd love for you just to put them away from you and just squint your eyes a little bit. So look at it with kind of like squinted eyes. And then look for what are the dominant colours on your board. This is the first thing we're going to look at. And we've got a colour chart here about the emotions that those colours can bring up, right?
There's loads of blue in Louise Bradshaw's one. Loads of blues I'm seeing.
Loads of blues, and blues is all about peace, stability, calmness, confidence.
Amazing.
Tranquility, sincerity. So will we all raise our boards so we can kind of start to look at what are we seeing on each other's boards. So if we look at Louise Wilkie's, I can see reds and oranges. That's what's jumping out for me. What about everybody else?
I've got black and green as my dominant colour.
Black and green?
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm just looking at the last two words and it's evil and death.
Who else? You've got black and green, sophistication, power, mystery. Green is all about life, growth and environment, healing, also money, because green's the colour of money.
True. So, that is one thing that I suppose that's an end goal in the business side of my board.
Yeah. Abundance.
Yeah.
And so Louise Wilkie, I had you down for kind of reds and oranges. Do you think that's a dominant colour, or am I not seeing that properly?
Oh, white and gold.
Okay, so we've got white. Yeah, there is a fair bit of white on there. So white is about freshness, hope, goodness, light, purity, cleanliness, simplicity, coolness. Let's see what else we've got. So Jane, I would say you've got a bit of red in there. That's really jumping out for me.
I tried to find a car. I couldn't find one. I could find Alan car, but that didn't work.
Okay, so there's definitely some reds, some blues. And hold on, Vicky, you've got a lot of words on there. And I'm seeing a lot of different colours. There's a lot of there's a lot of red in there.
Yeah.
I can see it popping up in a few different areas. So red's about danger and passion and daring and romance and style, excitement, urgency and energy. And what about what else have we got? Alina's? Yours is there's loads of pink. I'm seeing a lot of pink.
Yeah.
So romance, compassion, faithfulness, beauty, love, friendship, sensitivity. And Charlotte, let's see yours.
Can you see it?
I can kind of see there's like the bottom.
I can't tell where it's. I can't see where the camera's. There.
There, perfect.
Oh wow.
So I'm seeing.
Does it need to move closer?
No, it's perfect. I'm seeing greens, a lot of greens and blues. And greens and blues is life, growth, environment, healing, money, safety, relaxation, freshness. And the blues is peace, stability, calmness, confidence, tranquility, sincerity, affection, integrity. So see when you're looking at your boards, right, and you're looking at these colours, do the colours that are dominant in your board match what you're really wanting to create? And, you know, if you've got a board that's full of pink, but really what you'd rather have is a whole bunch of black, then do you need to start adding in more images that have got a bit more black in them to try and balance that out?
Andrea, can you send us that link of the colours, because I can't really see it too well, but that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me just put. What can I do?
It's really interesting how that works, isn't it? Because when we were going through the slides, I said on my board I'd probably have a lot of purple, and Andrea showed me the chart, and it's all about sort of, what was it again, spirituality and all these things I would say that quite represent myself, which is quite strange.
Mm-hmm. Let me find. me find one that's got a bit more colours on it. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. No, that's not it. Sorry, I just want to try and find one that I can just link you to. Yeah, that's better. Copy link address, there we go. Okay, so if I pop this into the chat, then you should be able to access that.
Pardon me, oops, I put it on mute.
Okay. So when you're looking at the colours, and let me share screen again. So you can see all these colour charts. Can you see that any better?
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find something a bit bigger. So this is a good learning point here for me. Get bigger writing on the colour chart. Let me see if I can find the one that's got just bigger writing for you. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, that one's quite good.
Okay, so blue is peace, calm, trust, confidence, loyalty. Green is health, tranquility, growth, generosity. Purple is luxury, power, ambition, and creativity. Red is passion, excitement, energy, and confidence. Pink is love, kindness, innocence, and femininity. Orange is success, enthusiasm, warmth, and determination. Yellow is hope, optimism, positivity, and joy. Grey is elegance, authority, knowledge, and dignity. Brown is nature, security, strength, and dependability. Black is power, formality, rebellion, and mystery. And white is purity, safety, knowledge, and goodness. So when you look at your board, looking at the colours and what they mean, does your board accurately represent what you want to create? And how could you adjust it if you need to? So what do you need to add or take away? What colours? Because colours is powerful. You know that you're in a medical place because of the colours, right? It's like a turquoisey, greeny colour. You know that you're at McDonald's because it's a yellow arch. Or yellow and red. Anytime I see those colours together, I think about Ronald McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about Happy Meals and fun. So colours can create emotion.
Really?
Like Andy's painted his hallway bright yellow, and I don't like it. It's like a lot, you know, and it gives you this weird feeling. Doesn't bring joy for me. But colour's so emotive. So who wants to share anything on the colours that they're seeing on their board and what they might want to tweak or adjust? So Jen, do you have your hand up from earlier or?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
But I don't mind sharing. I don't mind sharing. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I do want more excitement. I think a little bit of everything doesn't go amiss. However, yeah, I'm going to make sure that there's more red on it because I want the all the red traits there. Definitely.
Bit of danger, a bit of daring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and daring was one of your words, Charlotte, from the other week. Some more red on your board to help create some of that. And Terrell?
It's really funny because I've got lots of blues and greens on there, and I think that's down to the fact that I felt pretty burnt out. I've recently started to build my own business, left working for the NHS because I was feeling really, really burnt out, like exhausted, no energy. Yeah. And I'm trying to build a business, and I've got some clients already, but I'm not got the energy that I need to have. And that's quite interesting, that what I'm wanting to do is, and part of what I've put down is about wanting more adventure, more relaxation, more kind of being able to chill out. I've put beach holidays on there, more time with my daughter, time with family. There is some red on there. I want a red sports car, and I want some more love and excitement in my life. So that's there. But I'm surprised because purple's my favourite colour, and I've not picked anything that's purple at all. So that really surprises me. And I probably need to add some more purple because I feel that I'm quite a spiritual person as well. And I think that must be missing because I felt quite lacking in energy, if that makes any sense. You've not got that.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. It's brought quite a bit up for me there.
So your subconscious has almost picked the colours that you need, sort of thing.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
What you've been lacking.
Yeah.
Mad.
Interesting.
Amazing. Anything else for you, Terrell?
No, that's kind of a bit of a breakthrough, I think, a bit of an eye-opener.
Thank you. Good stuff. So does anyone else want to share on what Terrell's just said or on their own board? Alina?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Cheryl. I'm the same. Like, I've not got much purple on mine at all, or blue, but you would have thought that I went with words that resonated with me when I was putting them on there, and I've got a good mixture apart from the blue and the purple. And yeah, you want more passion in your life, don't you? Although I've got the red there, which is passion, and there's a lot of kind of bold red on there, so maybe that's more to be more daring as opposed to the passion side of it. But as I say, my background is predominantly the white, and there's lots of white show through, so I suppose it is that kind of calmness and the kind of freshness I'm looking for. So there we go. Hopefully maybe that's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Amazing. Anything else for you, Alina?
No, just I think everybody else did far better job than I did, so I'm not very creative that way. So
you did the job that you did, and that's amazing. Mm-hmm. And everyone's board's different, it's all personal, and it's all down to whatever we're going to create for ourselves. So yeah, amazing. So the next part to look at is, how is your board spaced out? Right? What's right in the centre of your board, and what's been pushed out to the fringes and the edges? And what does this tell you? So if you want a life that's a bit less fast-paced and jam-packed, does your board reflect that? Have you left space on your board, or have you packed everything in the way that you do life? Because this board will reflect life. And even your board in itself, is it a tiny wee board, or is it a big giant board? Or is it lots of little boards? Maybe if you're someone that's always got a lot of projects on the go, you've maybe got a board for different things. So how is your board spaced out? Is it all collected in one side? Is it, is there little groups of things?
It's funny because my previous vision boards have all been like a collage, like see what kids make. And it's all just completely jam-packed full, because I think that's, my head is like that.
Yeah.
That's how my mind works. Like, it's always full of thought, and it's busy and it's overwhelming. And I think that's how I project things onto paper. So it's good to have. And it's even, you showed me yours, Andrea, and yours all had the space. I thought, oh yeah, that probably reflects how you think as a person.
Yeah, it's like everything's got its section, and it's all very, like, that's exactly how I think.
Yeah.
That goes there and that goes there.
Yeah.
and I'll deal with one thing at a time. And I can't do all that multitasking stuff.
Yeah.
It's too difficult for me. So Louise has said cramped and over laughing, brilliant. And Catherine has said jam-packed, no space.
That's like me. Yep.
Brilliant. Charlotte?
Yeah, I think I started with one board, but I brought 3. And as I started, I realized that I didn't want things to be cramped. I wanted to start giving, sorry, there's like a rave going on downstairs. I gotta close the window. Oh my God. That I wanted to give, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
That I wanted to give myself like space and a little more kind of like to move. I didn't want things to be crammed, but I had like, I purposely overlapped some things, like even though it doesn't work within the color sphere, like ideas of kind of luxury with art and the golds, just so I kind of did it that way.
And notice how your board includes growth, because you grew your boards into 3.
Yeah.
And in order,
and I wanted to allow for space for more as well, because it's kind of, things are kind of unwritten at the moment, you know, like the future's unwritten. So I don't want it. I can't predict things. I'm not a fortune teller, but these would be the things that I would like.
Love that. Love that. Yeah. Cool. And Nick has said that her board's packed.
It is. But I do. It's interesting because I normally choose lots of little pictures, and I've chosen big ones, so they are taking up a lot more space than normal.
It's really nice. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
And I've got 2 boards, so I've got space, which is what it's telling me. I need more space.
Yes, love it. And so your board, like the pictures are hanging off the edge of that board. So what does that tell you? What's coming up for you when you see that?
I need more space.
Yeah. Like you're spilling over.
Yeah.
So much you're spilling over.
Just
you're
like
too
what you were
big
saying
for
earlier.
that. Yeah, like you're too big for the boards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. Vicky, you've said yours is spaced out.
Yeah, mine seems to be pretty spaced out. Let me just switch it around here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love this. And I love that you've got a nice big board. That's plenty of room for creation.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And kind of when I looked a little bit closer, my colors seem to be a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but everything.
Yeah, there's like a rainbow of colour in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Good stuff. Okay, cool. So is there anything that anyone wants to tweak? Colours wise or space wise? Is there anything that you want to move around or rearrange, or? And this might come to you later, you know, right now it might be fine as you are.
I think for me, because you know, saying with the red and like the daring, but I think right now I'd be in this like healing, sincerity, wisdom, money space, and then maybe with time the other things can grow, like, but that has to be a kind of strong foundation.
Great stuff. And Catherine or Erin, do you want to share your digital boards?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, cool.
How do we do that?
So let me give you sharing privileges or rights or options. I don't know how you say this. Stop sharing. More. I'm going to make you a co-host, and I'm also going to make Catherine a co-host. There we go. Okay, cool. So who wants to go first?
I don't mind going first.
Okay, go for it. So you can just share your screen.
Right, wait till I try and work this out. I'm not very good at Zoom. I did say that earlier.
So down the bottom there'll be a green
Oh,
button
share
that
screen, I
says,
see that.
there you go, perfect.
Share screen. Share.
Ooh, something's happening.
Yeah.
See that? Can you see
Oh
that?
yeah. Yep.
Okay, so
There we
mine
go.
is like laid out. It's almost like a list, I would say.
Yeah.
Let me go see. So I've got.
So there's a lot of nature, a lot of green.
Oh, sorry, this is going really fast.
And then, oh, the futures get family and love.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
And that's very like tan and brown and quite natural tones.
And nature, that's reflects you as a person, Erin.
Yeah.
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 You can see why it didn't take very long to do.
Got it. Excellent.
You just know what you want.
Yeah.
Excellent. So if you hit stop share, which should be at the top, then Catherine can share hers as well.
Amazing.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh wow.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't realize, but I'd actually separated it out without realizing actually. So this would be more my personal life, because my dream is to have a home by the beach near the ocean. And then I want to get back to having all the adventurous types of holidays that I've previously always taken.
Yeah.
I'm too old to have kids, but I'd love to have a new partner or husband that actually has a family, because I'd love to be a stepmom. And then this is more to do with, it's so funny because Erin and I chose the same picture, I think, or something.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
So wait,
Yeah.
that is crazy.
Yeah, so this is, I didn't realize, but this is more about my business. So I always dream of having an office near the ocean as well. But I want to be a successful sexual freedom hypnosis coach. And then I also want to get back into fitness. So it's still overlapping, but have time for family, have a meaningful relationship, abundance. And then, yeah, there's still adventure. I still want to carry on with the charity work. So they do all tie up. There's a big thing of adventure for me. This is more my personal life and what I want in my personal life.
That's awesome.
And then this is more business, but still being able to balance everything, because I always feel like things are so out of balance for me. And then, yeah, moving into health. So I kind of feel like I just want everything. And
oh, it's specific.
Yeah.
It's specific though. That's what you want.
And one of my biggest dreams is to skydive over Mount Everest, where you've got to wear the oxygen masks and you get over 5 minutes of free fall. Yeah. So yeah, that's it.
Love this. Thank you. Carly, where's your boards? Let's see. Oh, love this. So let me, are you muted? You're still muted.
Yeah.
Sweet, I can see loads of flowers.
Yeah. So that's our house in the country, obviously, which you know full well about.
Yeah.
And that's all the flowers that I would have. I feel like there's a thing about having fresh flowers all the time in your house. And then this is all the random decorating I would do when I don't have to live in a rented house and I can do what I like.
Yeah.
And then this is just my being by the water, doing a bloody handstand, which I swear to God I'm going to do at some point. And yeah, relationship and just creativity, sort of having some sort of creative outlet.
Amazing. What I'm seeing in your board a lot of is people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. It's so good. Amazing. And Louise? Sorry, Louise Bradshaw.
Yeah, I was going to say there's two there.
I know, I'm forgetting there's two of us.
So sorry. So I have done mine a little bit differently. Let me just figure out how to do this. So I've actually got 8 boards that I'm going to stick up on my wall to create a plan for each and how to achieve each. So yeah, I'm moving into my new flat in a few weeks. Mine's the new kitchen, new wardrobes, balcony, which I'm all going to achieve in the next month, to eat better. And this one really stood out for me, like a lady, where it says powerful, confident, enough, boss, smart, worthy, ambitious, and strong. And this is where you guys all come into play, because I can't wait to show you the game plan that I've created so that we can achieve the vision that you guys all want. So also a holiday, get back into traveling, and then I want to buy a beach home, and also a new guy, and maybe have family.
Oh, amazing.
Amazing. And Louise, knowing you, I'm not surprised that you've got many different boards. Like, it's so you. It's so you to have like 1,000 boards all at the one time. It's so funny. This is brilliant. If I missed anyone, let me just check. Louise, have we seen yours? We've seen yours, Jane, Terrell, Charlotte, Louise, Carly, Catherine, Alina, Vicky, Nick, Erin. Brilliant. Okay, cool. So the next part, let me just, oh God, share screen. It's like death by PowerPoint. I'm so sorry. Brilliant. So what are some of the central themes of your board? So Carly, I saw people in yours, but maybe you see something different. So have a look at like, what are the central themes? What jumps out at you? What does this tell you? Is there anything that surprises you? You can put that in your journal, or just keep it in here, or share it, or...
I'm a lot more colourful than I thought it would be. So that's quite nice.
Amazing. What does that tell you?
I think that it makes me feel better.
Good.
Like, and the sort of randomness of it. So it's just kind of not, stuck in a set pattern or a set palette or anything. It's just a bit chaotic, maybe.
And that's okay.
And that's okay.
Brilliant. Amazing. Does anyone else have anything to share on this part about how the central themes are coming up on your board? Alina?
Mine's just more about, I would say, about positivity.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've got things like life back, the boost, soothing, creating a spa space, when to seek help, take my hand, things like that. So even asking the question, how are you feeling? I suppose it's just about being kind to myself and a bit more positivity. So.
Love that.
And I put a wee quote in there as well. It was a do good, feel good was a wee thing that I saw, and I quite liked that, so I popped that in as well. So
brilliant, amazing, good stuff. Is anything surprising anyone about their board? Cool. So this is like my favourite part of this, and that is declarations and affirmations, right? So we've spent the last God knows how long, right, talking about what really excites us, what's important to us, why that's important to us, what's been stopping us, what have we cleared, what have we now created, what have we put on our board, what does that mean, how have we tweaked it, all of these things, right? So what I want to give you is some declarations and affirmations, right? And the first one is to create space. And the way that we create space is to say I, then put your name in, Andrea, declare the past complete. So all that stuff that's been holding you back, powerfully sit in it and declare it complete. It doesn't have to hold you back anymore. And then who do you now declare yourself to be? So I, Andrea, declare that I am the possibility of, could be love, success, passion, happiness. And what do you now declare yourself in receipt of? So I, Andrea, declare that I am receiving, and come back to your board. I'm receiving comfort, passion, spirituality, wealth, success. So start to look at declaring the past complete and what that means to you. What are you letting go of today? And then write down what you're declaring yourself to be the possibility of. And then what do you declare that you are receiving now and from now on? So let's get their affirmations ready. Other declarations. I'll give you a few more minutes. You can write a few of these. You don't have to just write one. You create as many as you like. You can recreate them every day. So who'd like to share? Or who'd like to declare? Charlotte, let's go.
Okay. I, Charlotte, declare the past complete. I am a successful artist, writer, speaker, and therapist. I declare I am the possibility of exciting artistic growth and wealth. I am in receipt of the world's abundance and opportunity, and I am receiving authenticity, daring, creative, wisdom, caring, and growth.
Beautiful.
Yay. Amazing.
Huge. Amazing. Thank you for sharing this. Who's next? Carly, have you got something? I can tell with your face.
Look at me.
Good.
I, Carly, declare the past complete. I, Carly, declare I am the possibility of happiness and fulfillment. I, Carly, declare that I am receiving growth, success, opportunity, and wealth to create the life that I want.
Beautiful.
Amazing. Well done.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Who's next? Jane?
Yeah, I, Jane, declare the past complete. I am the possibility of being authentic and driven to build a successful business and successful relationships. I declare that I am receiving abundance and love in all areas of my life.
Amazing.
Love that.
So good.
Love that. Okay, who's next? Alina? Oh, there you go.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't get that unmuted there. I, Lena, declare the past complete. I, Lena, declare I am the possibility of much happiness, a new job, boosted confidence and future goals. I declare myself to be confident and powerful, and I'm receiving acceptance, positivity and self-love, and I've got skills in spade.
Beautiful.
Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next? We're on a roll here. Terrell?
I, Terrell, declare the past complete. I am the possibility of good health, vibrancy, energy, success, abundance, and happiness. I declare that I'm receiving passion, freedom, vitality, balance, harmony, and authenticity.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Amazing. Good. Who's next? Vicky, let's go.
I, Vicky, declare the past complete. I, Vicky, declare myself to be grateful for all that I am, thankful for all I have learned, and living my best life now with confidence and power. I, Vicky, declare I am the possibility of living my life healthy in mind, body, and soul, inspiring others to do so as well. I, Vicky, declare that I am receiving all the knowledge, creativity, balance, and love.
Oh, beautiful.
Amazing. That's so good.
So good. Excellent. Who's next?
Okay. I, Nicola, declare the past complete. I, Nick, declare that I am the possibility of success, healing, and being worthy. I declare that I am capable of receiving wealth, health, connection, purpose, inspiration, and vitality.
Beautiful. Amazing. And all of those things are really going to help you show up in the world even bigger. Great stuff. Who's next?
These are so powerful. These are amazing.
Yeah. I've got goosebumps listening to this.
I'm so full of like fuzzy love right now.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Who's not gone yet? So we've got Catherine, Louise, and Erin. Who wants to go first? Catherine, go for it.
Okay, so I, Catherine, declare the past complete. I, Catherine, declare that I am the possibility of happiness, success, abundance, love, adventure, and fierceness. And then I, Catherine, declare that I am receiving love, abundance, passion, my own power, growth, and living my best freaking life.
Yes. Love it, love it, love it. And Louise, do you want to go next?
I, Louise, declare the past complete. I, Louise, declare to be free of self-limiting anchors in life. I, Louise, declare that I am the possibility of abundance in love, career, life, health, and wealth. I, Louise, declare that I am receiving with gratitude the life that I want to live in all and every possible way.
Beautiful. And Louise Bradshaw? You there? Yeah, you're there. Good. So you're muted, Louise. I know you need to do it twice now.
Oh, sorry. Wi-Fi like issues. I declare the past complete. I, Louise, declare the possibility of becoming a supportive coach, and I'm receiving support, passion, wealth, success, and love.
Amazing. And Erin? Erin, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, she.
I don't know. I think we've lost Erin. Okay, cool. So I just want to acknowledge everybody for all of your sharing the whole time and for being so generous. I feel like we have really connected with each other. I don't know. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Absolutely.
we're not over yet. You're probably like, when does this end? But you can't spell attraction without action, right? And in order to make this board a reality and take it from your wall and put it into your life, then you need a part 4, which is action. And the action part, you know, I don't want you to leave here with nothing more than another pretty picture on your wall. I keep saying this because this is not what I want for you. I'm a stand that you make that picture a reality in your life. So what would it be like if you had a clear, precise and inspiring game plan that's designed to help you make your board a reality? And if you had accountability and support, a bulletproof mindset, boundless energy, and a whole squad that's just committed to you winning your game and making that board a reality. Would that be cool? Because this is exactly what we do, right? And it's bigger than just this vision board. So I've got a question. Is it all right if I run through with you how we could potentially help you do that? Is that okay? Yeah, thumbs up. Brilliant. Okay, cool. And thank you for staying on for this extra wee 5 minutes. So if we were to give you step-by-step training on how to create that game plan with every single action that you need to take mapped out, and if we were to give you the mindset tools that you need to fly through that game plan with confidence and power, and if we were to give you a done-for-you, tailored, bespoke fitness and nutrition plan so that you've got the energy and the strength to execute that game plan, then do you think that you could make that vision a reality? Okay, cool. I'm seeing some nods. So we've got a step-by-step system that's basically to help you with literally everything that you've created today and more. And it's called Powerful Women Unleashed. So this is what we would get in place. We use a system called the triple threat framework, because by the time we're finished, you'll be a triple threat. There's Powerful Minds, which is all about your mindset, your relationships, anything that's stopping you. Powerful Bodies, which is where Steph J would teach you how all about fitness and nutrition, and Powerful Actions, which is where Louise comes in, and it all kind of revolves around what Louise has given you, because that game plan is going to flush out everything that comes up for you. There's 4 levels to work through, so every level is one separate quarter of the year. There's possibility, there's action, there's power, and then there's unleashed. You'll get a buddy system, so you'll have 2 people, or you'll have a person each that will be committed to nothing but you winning that game. You'll get a granular, detailed game plan, a bulletproof mindset, and banging body confidence, whatever that looks like. So for Powerful Actions, there is a precise, detailed, step-by-step plan that you'll unfold day by day, week by week. You'll learn how to manage breakdowns powerfully so that you stay in action. And you'll learn the 5 secrets to causing anything that you want to happen in your life quickly and with ease. Powerful Minds is you'll create a mindset so powerful that you'll have the tools to handle anything life throws at you, so that you don't get stopped while you're fulfilling on that powerful action game plan. You'll develop the confidence to walk into any room, anytime, and make shit happen. And a step-by-step training on the 5D power process, which will help you to self-coach the way that the pros do. So I teach you my actual coaching process so that you've got that as a tool in your bag. Powerful Bodies is you'll get your tailored workout and nutrition plan so that you've got strength and energy to fulfill on your actions. You'll develop your body confidence and your nutrition expertise. So it's not that you just get a thing and then you don't know really why it was put together or how it was put together. Steph teaches you all that. And you'll fully get the correlation between a healthy body and a healthy mind. So this is how it actually fits in together. It's a 12-week mentorship experience. Every quarter, every level is 12 weeks. A step-by-step training portal, 3 weekly group coaching calls, a game plan kick-off call, personal support via Messenger, a private client-only community, and you'll also have a game plan completion and graduation evening. And you also get your vision board workshop every quarter, so that every quarter starts with a brand new vision. So if all this did was just get you clear on how to create the exact life that you want, would it be worth having a chat? Or if all it did was to help you feel confident in any room with anyone under any circumstance, would it be worth having a chat? Or if all it did was to help you love your body and all the cool shit it can do, would it be worth having a chat? And just imagine how you could feel just a few months from now. And we'll get bonuses, right? Because you've stayed to the end and I really appreciate it. So we want to give you something back. So the first bonus is a one-to-one coaching call. So every single person in this room can have a one-to-one coaching call with myself or Louise or either of the Stephs. You'll get a free vision board and workshop for you and a friend. So everyone gets these 2 things. And you can also have £500 off our signature programme, which is Powerful Women Unleashed. You need to mention Powerful Vision when you book your coaching call, if that's something that you're interested in. The £500 off, though, we're only going to do that for 5 people between now and the next vision board workshop, which is the 17th of July. So you've got about 7 days. So just a quick thing about what you're getting. So 12-week mentorship, one-to-one kickoff call, step-by-step training portal. There's all these bonuses. And this here, the link here, is how you book your call. So if you're thinking about it, if you're on the fence, whatever, take the link, book your call. There's a few questions and stuff to answer. And then we'll jump on the call and we'll start exploring what's going on for you. So let me explain what this call is. It's a coaching call. So it's really to dig into your specific situation. You've shared a lot today, but that's not your whole story. So we want to look at exactly where you are, where you want to get to, and what that gap is that you need to fill, and create some insights and really get to the bottom of what's going on for you. What it's not is pushy sales. We just don't do that here at all. What we'll do is we'll give you a powerful choice at the end, and you can say yes or you can say no, and either of those things are fine. But at the end of the day, you're still going to get that whole coaching experience for the full hour. So just a quick reminder of all the things that's all included, and you're all going to get these things. And I'm going to put the link in the chat so you can book your call. And then I will take any questions that you've got. Does anyone have any burning questions? There you go.
I just want to say thank you for everybody for coming as well. It's been a massive thing to do and a big part of your day, and it is so good to see everyone and hear all your stories and get a bit out and start the ball rolling with your healing process and your journey.
Absolutely. And I want to acknowledge everybody for just all your sharing. It was so generous. Everyone in here, I think, feels connected. I feel connected to every single one of you. You know, and whether you book a coaching call or you don't, or you join the coaching or you don't, like, let's stay in touch and let's stay connected.
Yeah, definitely.
And update us on how that board's going. Because I really want to be a stand for you creating the life that you want, not just the life that you've got or that you've somehow settled for. I want you to have magical, big, massive lives. Amazing. So could we unmute and just shout out like one word that sums up what you got today? So all unmute at the same time.
Inspiring.
Just gonna say that. Inspiring.
That's what I would say that as well.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let me just unmute all.
Compassion.
Compassion.
Makes one.
Yeah.
Some clarity.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And also the generosity of what you've shared with us as well. Like you always do that with us anyway, but yeah, it's amazing.
I know. This has just been amazing. And I really thank you for staying. This was a 6-hour workshop.
Right. I did though, did it?
That
didn't feel like it at all.
Yeah.
And for me, it didn't feel like it. We got to 4 o'clock and I could not believe the time.
Oh, it was, yeah, exactly.
Could not believe the time. I was like, Steph, is it really 4 o'clock? I don't think I've ever talked this much in my entire life.
And not only that, just feel connected with each and every one of us, like, because you've all uncovered so much and like just been so honest, like that's how you build a connection. So it's been brilliant, so thank you.
Yeah, and you know, we're a bunch of women from all different corners of the world, right? We've got people in England, we've got people in Scotland, we've got someone in Canada, and you know, Wales and all sorts of places, right? But look how we're all dealing with the same shit, every single one of us. You know, and that we all fit in, and that we're all connected, and that we're all each other. And I just love that. I love seeing that in a group of women. And if one of us is powerful, we're all fucking powerful.
Yeah.
And nobody's broken. You're whole, you're complete, and you're perfect, just as you are.
Amazing.
So cool. So cool. I'm excited for next week now. so excited for it, and I'm just like, yeah, this has been emotional.
Yeah, it has.
Amazing. So does anyone have any questions, or but what ifs, or anything that they want to get cleared up, or anything that you've got burning before we go?
Can I ask how much the course is?
Yep, we can jump on a call and we'll talk about that.
Oh, we'll just jump on a call and go that way. Okay, cool.
Talk about it. Yeah, no worries.
Because this just for transparency, so like I have a call with my school tomorrow because I have to figure out like if I'm going to start my accreditation as a psychotherapist tomorrow. So like this is the longest I've been able to like stay awake or be on a call in a long time. So if I don't crash tomorrow, I'll be like, okay, so I've got some decisions to make tomorrow. So I've really enjoyed sharing with everyone, and it's been pretty amazing. I've just been on a Zoom call for 6 hours and I didn't die.
So good. So and
no,
I really appreciate
beautiful meeting all of you.
Yeah, you too.
And I acknowledge what it took for you to be here for 6 hours with everything that you're dealing with. Amazing.
I love that.
It really is. Cool. So I'm going to drop the link into the video on Facebook. If anybody needs anything, if you've got any more questions, please just reach out to one of us. Add us on Facebook. Share what you got from this in the group, please. Let people know about it, because I want to change as many lives as possible. That's what it's about for us.
Absolutely. I know quite a few women that would do really well with this.
Okay, amazing. So we're talking about doing this monthly. So doing the online version monthly, doing the in-person probably every 3 months or every 2 months, depending, because we might move location. So do one in Glasgow, do one in England, do one in like Powerful Women on Tour or something like that.
Cool, man.
But yeah, so there's more coming, and this whole thing today's been so encouraging. Yeah, Vicky?
Are you coming to Canada?
Yes, let's get that. That's our next big game. That's our next game. Get us to Canada.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. I still need to meet Tina in person.
Yes, you do.
I grew up in Ontario, Canada, Vicky. So that
did you?
Oh, amazing!
Kind of warmed my heart. I sure did.
Awesome. Whereabouts in Ontario?
London, Ontario, and Brantford, Ontario.
I was from Sarnia.
Okay, I know.
We were pretty much neighbors.
Pretty much neighbors. I was like, dude, yeah, it's hot there. I was like, nice, because everyone always says like. Anyway, my husband was like, I'm like, no, it's not like, because I always say like London, Ontario. I'm like, no, it's not like, that's not how it's said. You just say the city, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Brilliant.
Cool.
I'm loving the accent here.
Yeah,
we like the accents too. Just saying.
I hate everyone.
So good. So if there's no more questions, please share and please use hashtags Powerful Vision and Women Unleashed. So I'll show you. If you double L, so always a double L, Powerful Vision and Women Unleashed, because we're trying to get that going so that people start to know who we are. But yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Are you
so
on
much.
Twitter or just Facebook?
So I'm on Twitter at Megara Fury, which is my dominatrix name. It's not safe for work, so but we're building a TikTok, so please follow us on TikTok. I'll put all those links into the thing, and I'll also I'll get an email out to you soon so that I can get your feedback and see if there's anything that you would have added, taken away, changed, and all of that stuff, because that helps us to really make this the best it can possibly be. So, and just to keep improving it. But thanks so much for partnering us in this and being part of the team. Just amazing.
Thank you. You've made a big difference.
Thanks, everybody. Let's take ourselves off mute.
Bye.
Amazing. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody.
Thank you so much.
Have a beautiful day.
You too. Bye.
Amazing. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'm going. I gotta find my thing.
No worries, no worries. I just thought I'd cut everybody off. Great stuff.